Hello.
Hello, check.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Hello, hello.
Hello, check. Check, check.
One line.
For oh my soul, I'll worship your holy name.
The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before
Thank you. May the Spirit stay with us throughout the day. Check. A very warm good morning to everyone gathered here. Yesterday we celebrated the journey of Don Bosco. Today we look ahead to the partnership, policies, and possibilities that will shape the future of skilling.
Before we begin this important
Thank you. Please be seated. May the Spirit stay with us throughout the day.
Are you haunted by
Every
a past
meaningful
relationship?
gathering begins
Ending
with
a
a
bad
heartfelt welcome. To formally welcome our distinguished guests and partners, I invite Father Eugene Florence, Director of Don Bosco Skill Mission.
Jesus was a man of celebration. He would say in many parables like coin, sheep, prodigal son. It is fitting that we celebrate. Yesterday we celebrated the 20 years impact of Don Bosco Tech. Technical education for us Salesians go long back, beyond 20 years. DB Tech is an implementing body of short-term skill training, and as well as an animating body of the long-term TVET programs carried across India as mandated by the SPCC Council. Today we launch into serious discussion on the future of skilling. We visited BTS Bangalore Technical Summit a few months back. We could visibly see that most of the technical works were carried out through softwares. The trend is changing. Today we shall dive deep into examining the evolving ecosystem of skilling through lenses of policy, industry, CSR, and innovation. Respected Salesians, distinguished guests, members of the panel, industry leaders, CSR partners, delegates, colleagues, alumni, staff members, dear students, a hearty welcome to day 2 of Skillvention. Hearty welcome to all of you. This morning, our first panel will explore the national skilling landscape. We are privileged to engage with leaders representing the future skills and digital ecosystem, contributing insights on emerging technologies, AI, and workforce transformation. Secondly, international vocational education collaboration, bringing global perspectives on structured, dual training and industry integrated models. Thirdly, corporate-led skill development initiatives reflecting how large manufacturing and technology-driven enterprises align CSR and workforce needs with national priorities. Fourthly, institutional leadership with technical education offering grassroots and mission-driven perspectives on implementation. This dialogue will help us understand how skilling institutions can align with national priorities and India's long-term development vision. That will form the first session. The second session brings together voices from key empowerment generating sectors, including aerospace and advanced manufacturing, hospitality and service industry, aviation training and sector-specific academics, IT-enabled services in large-scale talent acquisition. These sectors collectively represent the diversity of the modern employment market, from high-tech manufacturing to service excellence, and their expectations will guide how curricula and training delivery must evolve to the changing signs of the times. The third panel focuses on CSR and partnership ecosystems with representatives from Global Technology Corporation, International Foundation focusing on employability and entrepreneurship, Global IT Enterprises integrating sustainability and impact framework into workforce deployment. This session will examine sustainability CSR models, measurable impact, and collaborative approaches required for scale and long-term transformation. In the post-lunch session, we will explore work-integrated learning pathways, WILP, engaging with leaders from workforce integration platforms and skill enterprises that design industry-embedded learning models. This discussion is particularly relevant as skilling moves from classroom-based training to blended, apprenticeship-driven and workplace integrated systems. And post that, we will also witness strategic MOU signing with national industry bodies, international manufacturing groups, aviation academies, luxury hotel brands, and IT service companies, reinforcing our commitment to strong institutional partnership and global collaboration. A hearty welcome to all the members who will be participating in these various panels and the moderators who will be leading them. Hearty welcome to all the special invitees. Yesterday and today, we were having outside also the Innovation Expo. We had some of them participating yesterday, and others are added today. And a special note of welcome to Don Bosco ITA Lalgudi from Trichy province. They just arrived, being our own institution, a very innovative model that they have developed, converting the normal moped into EV moped in our own ITI. And more so, developing a e-vehicle that can help people without hands. We have tricycles, people who can drive the vehicles, but those without hands, only with legs. So they have developed completely a new model. They have developed it, and they have been experimenting on this for the past few days. I know, I was following them, and you can have a look at it in the store. So very special welcome to Lalgudi ITI team led by Father Janavarius. As Salesians and collaborators of Salesians, we believe skilling is not a standalone activity. It is a coordinated ecosystem effort. Our progress over the last few decades have been built on collaboration, credibility, and commitment to youth empowerment. As we begin today's proceedings, I invite all of you to participate, to engage in meaningful dialogue, challenging existing models, and collectively shape the next chapter of skilling in India. It is now in our hands, in our minds, to steer forward our skilling system. So a hearty welcome once again to all of you. Thank you for your presence and partnership. I wish you all a productive and impactful day too. Hearty welcome to you all. Thank you.
This year is special. 20 years of Don Bosco Skill Mission means 20 years of young lives changed, families uplifted, and futures opened.
To honor this journey, we now begin the ceremonial lighting of 20 diyas, each flame symbolizing a year of dedication, service, and hope.
May we invite our dignitaries, executive body members, and representatives to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. We invite Father George Matthew, Father Noble, Father Eugene, Brother Barnabas, and Father Brito. From the technical commission heads, we invite Brother Tom, Brother Sunny, Brother Joby Mami, Brother Reggie, Father Anthony D'Souza, Father Paul Mark, Father Robert Simon, Father Jose Podimattam, Father George William, Father Ludu. Then we invite Ms. Nivedita, Ankita Kapoor, Lakshmi, and the student. We also invite Father Davis. Father George, Father Noble,
Can we have Redolsi, please? Light the lamp. Thank you. May this light remind us that every skill learned here becomes a light in someone's life. To build the future, we must first understand the systems that shape it. Our first panel brings together leaders influencing skilling of national and global levels.
To moderate the session, we invite Father Amar Prabhu, Principal of Don Bosco ITI, Kurla, an educationalist deeply committed to youth development and institutional leadership.
We welcome Mr. George Vargas, Manager of Future Skills in NASCOM.
We have a request from Mrs. Annette Hesler from the German consulate here that she's running a little late. She got slightly lost in the traffic, and she will be here by 10. So we'll be, with the kind permission of the other panelists and the moderator, maybe start at 10 o'clock. Sir, I already had a word with you all because. Okay, thank you.
born between 1980 and 2000 तो एक्सिस मैक्स लाइव लाया है एक सॉलिड टर्म प्लान।
The demand for skilled professionals in India is rapidly increasing, yet only 2.3% of the workforce has formal vocational training. Now, this disparity creates a significant gap between job vacancies and available skill sets, contributing to rising unemployment. In a world where opportunities seem elusive for many, organizations like the Don Bosco Tech Society stand as beacons of hope. Embedded in the heart of underserved communities, Don Bosco Tech Society tirelessly addresses the urgent need to combat unemployment and bridge skill gaps. Through innovative training programs and dedicated mentorship, Don Bosco Tech Society is not just changing lives, they are shaping futures. To know more about how Don Bosco Tech Society is making a transformative impact, do tune in.
With over 100 centers offering skill training every year, the Don Bosco Tech Society has become a leader in vocational and technical skill training for youth. Focusing on developing employable skills, the society aims to create a future-ready workforce by enhancing job market readiness through lifelong learning support. Graduates gain the skills and confidence needed to build a brighter future.
The prime aim of Don Bosco organization globally is to reach out meaningfully to the young people. Youth development and welfare is the objective for which the society was founded. And we in India, belonging to the Don Bosco group, also follows the same mission of reaching out to the young people in need. And one of the meaningful ways in which we have responded to the needs of youth is through skill training and education. We continue the same mission through many institutions. We have 28 ITI, which are formal skill training institutions, 5 polytechnic training institutions, 2 engineering colleges, and over 100 non-formal or short-term skill training centers across the country.
The organization has provided training to over 460,000 plus NEET students, achieving an impressive 70% placement rate. At the heart of Don Bosco Tech's initiative lies a profound belief. It is map of heart. They offer a wide skill development customized to meet integral, with each participant being paired with a mentor who fosters a supportive learning environment. Continuous assessment ensures progress, while an industry-relevant curriculum and the integration of soft skills such as communication and problem-solving through mock interviews and collaboration exercises further enhance learning. Certifications obtained upon progress of market. Flexible learning formats combined with offline resources ensure accessibility and adaptability. Career development support and lifetime learning membership for alumni are also provided.
मैं 2016 में इधर एडमिशन लिया मेसिनिस्ट कोर्स में, तो इधर से मेरे को टेक्निकल का जो नॉलेज वो गेन हुआ। फिर मैंने अपना ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट किया 2018 में। उसके बाद मैंने कई सारे कंपनियों में काम किया, एज ए डिज़ाइनर काम किया। फिर उसके बाद मैंने फैब्रिकेशन में भी काम किया। तो धीरे धीरे मुझको मेरा एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी मेरे को हुआ और मैं अपने फैमिली को भी बहुत सारा सपोर्ट कर पाया। अभी मैं फिनेंस डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल के में काम करता हूँ।
इधर आया था मैं एज अ मोटर मैकेनिक,
तो मोटर मैकेनिक का कोर्स करते करते एक नया प्रोग्राम आया था वीजी टैब बोल के, तो वही वीजी टैब के अंदर उसके बाद मैं आया, ट्रेनिंग लिया बहुत उसके बाद इधर से मैं गया था ऑडी में ट्रेनिंग के लिए, उधर से ट्रेनिंग किया, फिर इधर आया, एग्ज़ाम दिया, उसके बाद इंटरव्यू हुआ, इंटरव्यू के बाद मैं ग्लोबल स्कोडा चला गया। मैं ग्लोबल स्कोडा में अभी जूनियर टेक्नीशियन हूँ, सर्विस करता हूँ और सीनियरों के हेल्प करता हूँ। डॉन बॉस्को ने मेरा पर्सनली ग्रोथ में बहुत हेल्प किया। मैं अभी फाइनेंशियली इंडिपेंडेंट हूँ और इसके लिए मैं डॉन बॉस्को को थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि अगर मैं डॉन बॉस्को में नहीं आता तो आज मैं जहाँ हूँ उधर नहीं हो पाता।
Don Bosco Tech Society places a strong emphasis on quality delivery by employing qualified trainers and regularly updating course content to reflect the latest industry standards. An innovative online platform, Boon Face, serves as an example, revolutionizing skill development for underprivileged youth. It functions as a digital hub, offering a myriad of resources and tools for trainees to enhance their skills and track their progress, from online assessments to tailored digital programs. Boon Face is more than just a platform. It's a catalyst for change, bringing hope and opportunity to communities in need. In collaboration with like-minded organizations, Don Bosco Tech Society is making significant strides in empowering youth for a sustainable future. They collaborate with organizations such as the National Skill Development Corporation, the Sector Skill Councils, and various corporate bodies to train individuals in various skills. Leveraging collaboration towards funding and knowledge partnerships, stakeholders for training and placement across India, Don Bosco Tech ensures comprehensive skill development for needy youth, especially in rural areas.
Accenture's CSR focus is on skilling the marginalized towards earning a livelihood. The outcomes that we look for are, as a result of the skilling, were the students able to get a job or start a business. So when we looked for NGO partners, Don Bosco Tech was an obvious choice. Our focus areas were aligned. Their mission is skilling youth. What we also liked was their ability to pivot to given market demand and thus bridge the skill gap towards a more inclusive socio-economic outcome.
And we got a very good quality of manpower from there, be it a service or kitchen. Their quality is excellent, and their knowledge-wise also, though they are doing a 3 months course, and in considering that 3 months course, they are doing excellent. So it's a really good experience till date with the Nikita, and we hope कि future में भी बहुत सारा और भी हमारा experience जो है बहुत अच्छा जाए.
Their efforts were recognized with prestigious awards such as the Mahatma Award and the Appreciation Award by Mahindra Finance.
Being able to reach out to many more needy people across the country, have more possibilities of training. We already have more than 100 courses for which we have curriculum aligned with the skilling policy as well as with the National Skills Qualification Framework. We would like to increase on this offer and have increase in the number of young people, especially in the unreached areas of the country, so that they have a possibility of gainful skilling leading to employment and livelihood for them and for their families.
Don Bosco Tech aims to bridge the gap between formal education and industry requirements by providing short-term technical skill training programs. Together, they envision a society where quality education and skill development pave the way to employment and economic empowerment for all, building a future where every individual thrives with opportunity and independence.
Ladies and gentlemen, a small program update. To make best use of our time and the availability of our partners, we will now take up the industry segment slightly earlier than scheduled.
Now we invite MetaBox XR for the MetaBook presentation. Please have a
A very good morning to all of you. I'm Rosetta from MetaBook XR, and I have my colleague Keezer here from MetaBook. We are a Noida-based company. We were actually not prepared for it right now. We thought it will be sometime in the afternoon, but we'll still go ahead with this. Someone once said, the 21st century's illiterates will not be the ones who cannot read and write. They'll be the ones who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. What we believe in MetaBook is that we are trying to bridge the gap between academic learning and the skills that you actually need in industries with the help of our virtual reality program. It's a very experiential kind of a program, difficult for us to give you the real experience here, but we'll still take you through a very small presentation on what basically we do. We are a Noida-based company. We've been there from 2017 onwards. We've been working with a lot of government schools and a lot of private schools also. We help prepare virtual reality labs in schools. So when we are talking about 2030 and onwards maybe, we believe that India would have the largest working force. But then what is the use of a learning force if they are not skilled properly for the industry? So ours is a completely NEP-aligned program. At least 50% of learners, can you go back to the previous slide?
The previous slide.
By 2025, at least 50% of learners through the schools and higher education system shall have exposure to vocational education. That's what the NEP aims at also. And we believe that the future is on skills more than formal education. This is what we believe is the pathway for a vocational education. There are diverse learning paths, but we believe practical learning experience would be the best. It will enhance employability and professional growth, thus reducing a lot of dropouts. Challenges of skill-based vocational education that we found is a lot of kids find it a little boring with the kind of programs that we have, especially when it's more academics and when it's a one-sided kind of a training that we give. Limited disciplines offered. There are very limited scopes in terms of skills. We have lack of, or maybe the scarcity of trained teachers and trainers. There is a lot of cost in terms of consumables and otherwise also. And there is no practical or activity-based learnings that we have. And especially in the kinds of skills that we are providing, skill learning that we are providing, there's a lot of risk, safety and risk involved. So we are here to address those kind of problems. So ours is a virtual reality-based skill education. There is no trained teachers required to run that particular program. There is almost nil maintenance costs that would be required for the program. No recurring cost again, no consumables required for this particular program. And then you have an interactive and a gamified kind of a program. So it makes students a little more interested. And it also gives them it's like a simulated kind of an environment that we create. So it gives them that real feeling without having the hazards of a real life situation there. And then you have, it's more practical and activity based. We've done a lot of research, and PricewaterhouseCoopers have also mentioned that the retention on when you're learning through experiential kind of programs like this is so much more higher than when you're doing it with your normal like one-to-one kind of a learning. So this is a more effective kind of a learning experience that we've found. The industries that we cover would be your automotive, you would have your beauty and wellness, you would have healthcare, aerospace and aviation, plumbing, semiconductors, solar and renewable energies, your welding and manufacturing, constructions, electric vehicles, agriculture, and then you have your information technology and IT. This is a very simple lab that we have in schools, in institutes, sorry. Would have your headsets at one side, would have your tabs for the teacher to control so that all of them are maybe looking at a certain content, but it also gives a lot of space for personalized learning. Students who might find it a little difficult to pick up a particular program initially can repeatedly look at that program. So it's, again, a very immersive kind of a learning and a very personalized kind of a learning also. These are the gadgets that we normally need in a lab. Simple again, so we have your virtual reality lab. If you all are free, you all can come up and have a look at the, we are there in the stall, you can come and have a look at how we can actually fit an AC, how we can do your solar paneling, how we can do a car denting, painting process there. You can actually experience it here.
It's all there in this. So we are there in the stall. So it's just, hardly takes 5 minutes of time. Whenever you're free, you can free to come and experience whatever Rosetta has told. It's basically experiential learning. You would enjoy seeing. I'm sure most of you yesterday have seen few of glints of it. So I would also like to show you regarding the denting, AC, filling and everything. That would definitely help. The purpose of this summit definitely is for skill-based, and I'm sure this would definitely help. Yeah, so you can all free to come to the stall whenever you're free. We're there whole day. Thank you.
This is some of the samples. So it'll take you through a guided module. Every program will take you through a guided module. It's also interactive. So the students would actually be working on it on their own. Gives them that real life, like they are actually doing it. And there'll be a lot of queries after the question and answers after the module is done also, to make sure that they've learned that skill properly.
It would be basically more of interactive. So once the experiment is done, or denting or anything, it would ask you whether you have understood the program or no. You can redo it, undo it, however times they can do this. So since it's a VR technology, it would be very, very helpful. So the experience you would have it would immerse. So I would still request one more time to all of you, whenever you're free, please do come to our stall. So we would showcase this once again.
So not taking too much of your time, this is what we have, but we can get into more details as to what exactly this particular program gives and how helpful it could be for an institute like yours. We'll take your leave here. Thank you so much. Before we leave, we would like to thank Father Davis, Father George, and all the people here from the Don Bosco Tech. We are very grateful that you gave us this opportunity to be here, and we hope we are able to collaborate and learn together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time and patience. Thank you. If you have any questions, maybe we'll answer them. Thank you.
Now, to build the future, we must first understand the systems that shape it. Our first panel brings together leaders influencing skilling of national and global levels.
To moderate the session, we invite Mr. Amar Prabhu, Principal of Don Bosco ITI Kurla. Let's have a round of applause.
Now we welcome Mr. Varghese George, Manager, FSP Adoption and GTM Alliance from Future Skills Prime, working at the forefront of industry-aligned digital and emerging skill initiatives.
We are honored to have Ms. Annette Bessler, Deputy Consul General of Germany, representing global cooperation in vocational education and workforce mobility. She is not with us. She's just coming in 2 minutes. So moving forward.
We have Mr. Ratan Kumar, Lead Skills Development CSR at Bosch, actively strengthening industry-linked skilling ecosystems.
May we request the moderators and panelists to kindly take their seats as we begin this important discussion. Ms. Annette Bessler will join us shortly in the panel.
Very good morning to one and all, and to my extreme panelists. Welcome to Don Bosco Skill Mission and Skillvention 2026, and we are very privileged to have you with us today this morning. Well, Ms. Annette will join us very shortly. Meantime, we can begin with the introduction of our panelists. So we have with us today this morning Mr. Varghese George, Future Skills Prime from NASSCOM. Sir is a lead IT and AI skilling at NASSCOM Future Skills Prime. 15 plus years experience in the industry, policy and government partnership. He drives the industry-aligned digital initiatives and nationwide, and former senior assistant director of FICCI. Sir is a lead in the large-scale workforce readiness program as ASAP Kerala. Welcome, sir, in our midst. We have with us Ms. Annette. Please welcome, ma'am. Can we have a round of applause for Ms. Annette, please? Well, I'm very happy to introduce to Ms. Annette. Ms. Annette is a Deputy Head of Consulate General of Germany in Bangalore. She is a Deputy Head in German Consulate General in Bangalore. Former Deputy Head, Asia Pacific Policy, German Federal Foreign Office. Asia Expert Policy Planning Division, Berlin. Served at the Germany Embassy, New Delhi in Economic and Political Affairs. Ma'am is had a diplomat posting in Oman, in Georgia, Israel, and EU policy and Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Welcome, ma'am, in our midst. Mr. Ratan Kumar, Lead Skill Development, Bosch. Sir has 25 years plus experience in skilling and rural livelihoods. Leads his skillings at Bosch India Foundation, ex-Wadhwani Foundation, and TVS, Skilled Women's Lead and Digital Initiative, builds a strong public-private partnership. Welcome, Mr. Kumar, in our midst. Well, today we are going to dwell into a topic of AI digitalization and its impact on the vocational education. May I start with Mr. Varghese? Can you please tell us a little bit in more simpler way how the AI is going to disrupt the entire vocational education, and also keeping in mind the policy which are driven toward the Viksit Bharat 2047?
Thank you so much. First of all, I thank the Don Bosco management for having me here for this wonderful session. and also for the kind of reception that I've had. So thank you so much. Coming to the question, in very simpler terms, how is AI taking over? Couple of days back, just a personal experience of mine. I just want to keep it as simple as possible for all of you to be on the page. So a few days back, I was a little concerned about my health. And then I decided to, look at ChatGPT. I'm sure all of you would have tried ChatGPT for, how to understand things. So I decided I will do a search here. I put in my age, I put in my body weight, I put in my current health situation, and I wanted ChatGPT to tell me what is the things that I need to look at. And it said, yes, there's a slight, overweight issue. You need to be specific with your exercises. You need to be specific with the kind of diet I take in. And also, make sure that these are the routines that you follow. This is what an AI tool suggested me. And if you look at it very closely, I did not visit a doctor. I did not visit a dietitian. Neither did I visit a gym. So there are 3 people who are literally did not get an opportunity, or I would say in other terms, kind of lost their job because there is already an AI tool that I've consulted and that has given me a solution on what I need to look at. And surprisingly, I am following that suggestion that's been given by an AI tool. So this is just one part of the story. But if you look at on multiple verticals, on multiple sectors, you would also realize that this is true. We are all knowingly or unknowingly dependent on a lot of AI tools. I'm just giving a very basic example, but this is happening at a larger scale. Many of the work population who are not upskilled or not gained that quality is knowingly or unknowingly losing their job. So yes, it is very important for all of us to be upskilled and start looking at how we can gain the knowledge to be very valid in the market. So I think I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verghese, for putting in the right perspective. And you just spoke about the upskilling. But if you understand, in the vocational education, we normally look at entry-level jobs or mid-entry kind of jobs. So what would be your take on AI intervention on this job market?
To be honest, whenever I travel to a college or for an industry for a discussion, something that we always put across is the fact that AI is not just into an IT sector any longer. It is cutting across. If you carefully intersect, the intervention of AI is being there in almost all fields as of today, right? If I closely take an example, we have all been into formal education. We have been to college and we have done your, your academics in, let's say, arts, finance, science, and multiple streams of academics as well. But if you look closely, apart from the traditional academics that you've been doing, you have also been forced to consume this technology as well. That is because, one, these technologies is being taken over or is being integrated into multiple sectors. For example, very simple, automotive or automobile sector, the expert is here, he will explain you more. But to be very precise, this sector has been taken over, and today, if you see, there are vehicles that can park by itself, right? That's an intervention of AI in the field of automobile. And if you look at banking, it's the intervention of IoT or cyber security or blockchain for that matter. It's all been integrated into the banking sector as well. So it's not just into IT field anymore. It's into multiple sectors, and almost all sectors have been taken over by AI or the emerging technologies as such. So I would suggest, or I would pray that multiple people in various sectors very soon needs to look at technology, because ultimately it's going to all be taken over by AI. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kumar, you can add it.
I'll just add to George's point. So we, as part of our Bosch CSR, we run a program called Bridge Program. This is focused on unemployed youth, 18 to 20 years, and entry-level jobs in the service sector. When we look at the trainees, their entry-level jobs are like customer service, front desk, or a BPO kind of a jobs, but data entry, those kind of things. And still the youth is very much comfortable only these kind of jobs. When we discuss with them, now you have to go to the next level. Because all these students they don't want to go to sales job, they don't want to be having targets, pressures and all this. But the fortunately or unfortunately, these jobs are taken away by AI. So we always counsel the students or youth to look into maybe sales kind of role. Nothing can replace sales. So that way you have to transform, migrate to shift to your better roles. Otherwise you can't be looking at a comfort level where this AI will take over. So we've been continuously changing our skilling programs to suit to the needs of the industry, as well as definitely the youth is also now into a comfort zone. How do we push them to get into better or larger responsibilities? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. And just before this panel discussion, we were talking, and you spoke about a lot of your intervention in rural India. Maximum of our population still it is at rural India. So any thoughts on rural India? How is this AI and digitalization is going to kind of give a push to the rural India for their development?
As per my experience in rural India, it's not yet there. But I would definitely say AI is a definitely added value. Suppose, in rural development, you need to have health, education, vocational education, all this kind of programs. So just to write some projects or some proposals or some initiatives, AI will definitely need some kind of a, definitely will add a value. But I'm looking at the other way. There is, in the rural, there is a lot of micro enterprises which are coming up in food, handicrafts and textiles. So those are the things, if we can look into this micro enterprises where this woman will lead. In my earlier organization, we had set up these enterprises which were kind of exporting to different large organizations through some exporters. So that way we could able to, it was not so much, affecting in rural India, but definitely those were also will be in the pipeline in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Ms. Annette, when we talk about Germany, and the only thing comes in front of us is dual training. So, and we believe you're the expert in this particular matter. For better understanding of our gathering today, can you please throw some light on perspective of dual training?
Yes, sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me here, and I feel very privileged also to sit next to industry leaders who are much closer to the subject, because you're dealing actually with employment directly and you can see the changes. One thing that I would like to say from the outset, and maybe I don't fully agree with you, I don't think that AI is going to take over everything. What I observed also from the discussions internationally is that there's just so much uncertainty about what AI is actually going to do. You can see it if you follow the stock markets in the US at the moment, going up and down in crazy swings, because there's so much, there's a lot of positive thinking about AI, but also a lot of anxiety. And every time a new tool is introduced, the question pops up, how much disruption is there actually going to be to business models? And that obviously trickles down also to the workforce. So I think this is a very challenging situation, especially when you think about skilling, because you don't know what for, or there is a lot of uncertainty because we are only at the beginning of this development and cannot be sure where it's actually going. I think we've discussed a lot about, at the moment, the upskilling and skilling existing workforce, but it's also about making the future employees ready for the market, right? So this is something that maybe I would like to focus on more. How to prepare young people who are entering the workforce to be up to the level that is required by industry. And one of the challenges I think at the moment is, or it's always there, how to make sure that the skills and education they get in universities, colleges, training institutes is close to what industry actually needs. And this is even more challenging now because the pace of change in the industries is also very, very high. So the collaboration between academia and industry is especially important. And I also think in a country like India, where there's a lot of also need to create employment in industries. And this is maybe now coming to the German system. So I think in Germany we have quite a lot of experience over decades about this academia-industry collaboration. But it comes in many different forms. You've mentioned vocational training, but it's also on the university level. And there are different degrees to which this collaboration is happening. And I would like to mention one here that maybe stands out a little bit. That is what we call dual study. So what that actually entails, and this is especially done also in collaboration with universities of applied sciences, so universities that are more focused also on industry to begin with. And how it works is that students have to enroll in the university for a specific program, but at the same time they enter a training contract with a company. So the training they get is both. They both get academic training, but they also are trained in the workplace. And there's an additional perk for the students because as trainees, they actually get paid. So every month they will be paid 1,000 to 1,600 euro typically, so 1 lakh to 1.6 lakh. I think this is a pretty good offer for young people. And what this, of course, does is that from the students' point of view, they, from the very beginning, work on the really topics that are the most pressing in the industry today, on the cutting-edge technology. At the same time, they learn about business, they learn about the working environment. And for the businesses, it's also very beneficial because they get new input, which they are bringing from academia. They can use the ambition and energy of these young people to work really on the specific challenges that they are facing. And the outcome usually is that after they are done with their studies, they will be employed by the company. So they get excellent training, and employment is also almost guaranteed. So I think that's a pretty good offer.
Yes, indeed it is a good offer and good things to learn from this particular initiative in our country. And in India also we are doing similar kind of training, but kind of customized to the Indian needs. Mr. Varghese, to you, your stint within NASSCOM has been pretty long, and you have been always talking about the future skills. Can you please brief our audience about future skills?
So at NASSCOM, we have partnered with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and there's this project called Future Skills Prime. The platform, it's a learning platform, and we have around 500 plus courses on this platform. The platform is typically offering courses in the field of emerging technology and also professional skills. And if you look at emerging technologies, you have 12 emerging technologies that these courses would be looking at, plus also 10 professional skills that you would get to look at on the platform. So what we do, the partnership model is very simple. We closely work with the academia as well as the industry as well. We try and reach out to them, their crowd, their students, and tell them the importance of, to equip your students or your learners with the emerging technology, because as we all discussed here, the technology is taking over, and you can't lag behind because you are preparing the youth to get employed in maybe a couple of years' time. So it's very important that you also understand this technology and learn the content and be ready for the market when you're there looking for job opportunities. So what we do is during their academics, like Madam just mentioned, she was specifying about a student in Germany doing the regular academics, but also on the other side is closely working with an industry, getting them ready for job by the time they're out of the educational institute. In similar terms, in similar model, we're also trying to get them, apart from their routine academics, we're also trying to prepare them on the future skills programs as well. And what they do, apart from their studies, they're also given additional credits on the courses that they consume from Future Skills Prime. So that way, by the time they pass out of the college, yes, they have a degree certificate in hand, but also have a skill certificate that specifies the learner has consumed a course in the field of technology, and that so and so emerging technology the person is got certified on as well. So that way, is in comparison to a person who's not done an additional course, he carries more value in the job market, and also may be helpful for him to apply for openings that's been put up by the IT company. So we also have our member companies posting opportunities on the portal. So there's something called as Talent Connect as well. The student would easily be able to create a profile wherein he is already carrying 5 stars because he's already done a course, and that way he's able to apply for jobs then been put up on the portal as well. So that's our model, but yes, there is additional features to things that I've explained.
Thank you. So it's kind of win-win situation for everybody, the learner, the employer, and for the engagement.
Yeah, just to add, sir, it's also as per the courses that you find on the platform. It's as per the National Credit Framework. Like Father George just earlier mentioned, the courses that is there on the platform is either National Skills Qualification Framework aligned, or it would be National Occupational Standard aligned. Meaning to say, any student or a college or an academy who wants to,
A lot of institutions, you will actually find that the professors are not just professors, but they are actually from the industry itself. So they come with a lot of knowledge and also practical knowledge, and they know what the industry needs. So you have this good interlinkage between industry and academia. So of course the trainers, and as you were mentioning, you were also looking at how to train the trainers. That's of course the critical point, right? To get the teachers up to speed, or the professors in terms of practical knowledge, maybe also in terms of methodology, where you were mentioning maybe AI could be used to enhance that. So I think that's making sure that the standards are both on the academic level but also on the industry level are there.
True. Yes, and probably with help of the industry, we can assure for the quality in the training, because they get their experience on board, and that helps them to be relevant with the industrial needs.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right. Mr. Verghese, when we look at these digital skills per se, and to connect again with the rural India and also to the woman, Mahila, so what would be your take on these two components?
So right now, the percentage of consumption on our platform is like, there's more than 2 lakh of engagement, out of which more than 41% of the learners are female. That means there's a good number of participation. Not as per the standard expectations, but we are trying to push this. We are trying to incorporate more women learners on the platform, because the good advantage of Future Skills Prime is that you have a mobile phone with good internet connectivity, and anybody above the age of 16 with a valid email ID can enroll to our platform. So that's one advantage that we carry. 2, the moment you're enrolled onto a platform, let's say it's a group that's coming from a rural area or for that matter from a college, there is a specific account manager that will closely work with the students or the learner. And then we try and make sure that there's frequent monitoring on the students. That's one side. We make sure that they complete the modules on time. And every time a module has been completed, just to make sure that the training is happening on a quality perspective, we have quizzes after every module. So this quizzes would make sure that the student has, learned the content that he or she has been assigned with. And once on successful clearing of this particular quiz, that's when he or she would proceed to the next module. This is making sure that yes, the student has a learning. 2, as per the quality standards, we are trying to make sure that yes, the student has been learned, and we are issuing them with a digital badge. That's when they are proceeding further. Again, the numbers that's been issued in terms of the total number of learners on the platform is around 1.5 lakhs of crores of digital badges. So that also specifies the number of modules that each learner has consumed. And by the by the end of the program on 100% consumption, we also make sure that there's a final assessment that touches through all the modules that he or she has been learning. To answer your question, we are trying to make sure that there's a lot of women engagement, and we frequently follow up on the completions and also the assessment and certification. So yeah.
Thank you very much for the response. Mr. Kumar, we spoke about NEP, right? NEP 2020. So how do you look at NEP 2020, and if I have to put in the perspective of Viksit Bharat 2047, and if I have to put you on the role of policy maker, or maybe imply a policy, what you would like to, how do you would like to draw the connection between both?
Right. Thank you for this question. And see, I feel the huge USP of NEP is the skill integration in the education. That I see is a positive thing which is good for the education as well as industry. And I feel that policies should be also, we are working in education, our academic institutions, and the industries are working parallelly. Instead of parallelly, can we collaborate? Can we work together? It is into upskilling of trainers, better content, better curriculum, better OJTs, or guest lectures, industry visits. So those are the things that I still think this will add value. I feel that that's a good step in the right direction to become this, 20 Viksit Bharat, or good in terms of youth, making them employable, skilled, and good for the contribution to the nation. And if we don't do this, we will lose this opportunity. That is a big worry for me, because the youth, we are the youngest nation, about 28 years average age. So if we don't put our investment into the right opportunity with the skilling in the education system itself, we may miss the opportunity. So we are now in Bosch, we are focusing on the skill development. This is our major focus in the CSR as well as in our working force. So we continuously work with academic institutions to upskill their trainers, get them to industry. We also visit and work with the technical institutions. So now this, from last 1 or 2 years, we have been now focusing on the technical training institutions to work, make it better collaboratively, rather than finding somebody who's not maybe interested. How do we work with the institution to make it better?
Right, so the policy would be more engagement to the right stakeholders, if I believe.
Right. Yes. That is in the long term, and it is much more productive, which is beneficial for industry and academia as well.
Fine. Ms. Annette, in the vocational education, in the dual training, we say, if I compare with Germany, it has a curriculum which has been very specific to a particular region. Probably maybe say the region of Baden-Württemberg, Stuttgart, they may have their own chambers to derive the curriculum. Whereas in the country like us, we have a central bodies which are defining the curriculum for the across the country. So when we compare these two models, the chambers defining the curriculum and the central body defining the curriculum for us, what would be your take in this, and how can we assure for that minimum competency in the training which can be achieved?
Very difficult question for me to answer, since I'm not that deeply involved with the education itself. I don't know if it's easy to compare countries, because the system as we have it has evolved over decades, if not centuries. So there are specific circumstances. Also the kind of collaboration we have has evolved. The industry academia cooperation has evolved over a long period of time. There are, Germany is very well known, we like to regulate, and we also regulate professions. So there is a national framework about the professions, what kind of criteria are required. And the system is quite similar in most professions, so you will need a 3-year training usually for any kind of profession. And I think in India some of it would seem odd, like for example to become a hairdresser you also need a 3-year training, and it's to become a mechanic you also need a 3-year training. So it's really very highly regulated. I'm sure when it comes then to so there is a framework there, but when it comes to the specific content and the curricula, you're right. There's the local bodies play an important role. This has advantages. It also has disadvantages. Yes, because how do you compare sometimes? Or we have this issue also, since we also try to attract young Indian professionals to come to Germany. So we face this issue because every time, you know, somebody comes with a set of skills from India, you know, we always have to approach the local bodies and ask them, does this match your criteria? You know, there's no national body who can say this for everybody. So there are some advantages to have this centralized, to have a standard that is applicable for all in the same way. I think it makes it more efficient. And given that India is a much larger country also compared to Germany, I think that's maybe not the worst idea to have a unified standard there, even though you might lose some of the special knowledge that certain regions have. You were mentioning Baden-Württemberg, who are especially strong in the automotive machinery. Yeah, there's, I think, two sides to this.
Very right. There is two sides to this, and you touched upon very important point is on the international migration. So, and you said the Germany is looking forward to get more of Indians skilled workforce. So what would be the key, you could say, advantages over India for the migration?
I guess the pay. So there's many advantages and disadvantages. I think people in India also very much attached to India and feel homesick very easily. At least that's sometimes the feedback we get from Germany. But of course, so the German system is, the positive thing is it's open to the world. So all that we have to offer, and we have a very wide spectrum, you know, from technical training to university to research, all of that is open basically to the world, and it's open to India. And anybody who's interested in pursuing a specific career can also do this in Germany, and we have eased, you know, the regulations for migration, so it's become more available, and there's also a very strong interest in India to do that. Also, since we're more talking about technical professions, that's also an option. So we see this. It's especially well established at the moment for the healthcare professions. So we have a lot of young ladies and gentlemen who are, for example, pursuing training in healthcare. And that's working very, very well. And as I said, it's a fact, you know, the opportunities, and that's maybe also one of the challenges in India. How do you value these technical professions, and what are companies willing to pay for the skills also, you know? And there is still some way to go, I think. You know, you would also attract more people to the ITIs if the career perspectives were maybe a little better than they are today, because that's the difference. In Germany, you get paid really well. You know, I mean, if I just take an example of the healthcare professions, entry level, once you finished your training, would be 3,500 euros per month. That's 3.5 lakh monthly salary, you know. It's a huge gap, you know, compared to India. And even for, you know, for carpenters and everything, you know, it's usually tenfold what you could earn in Germany, because it's valued differently. The skills are valued, you know, the quality that comes with it is valued, and people are also willing to pay for that, you know. And one other, of course, a benefit we have in Germany, it's what we call work-life balance. So this is something that some young Indian people who migrate to Germany find a little bit unsettling, I think at the beginning, because they don't expect that there is strict, you know, working hours, and after that, usually your employer leaves you alone. There's no calls at 10 o'clock at night or anything, you know, do this or that. So this is a great benefit, especially for people who, you know, want to have this kind of life where, yes, they're willing to perform very well on the job, but they also look for a balance where they can take care of their families, you know, or pursue whatever interests they have.
Great, thank you for the response. And it's very rightly you said, yes, the Indian young people look for the good salary and work and life and work balance. Very nicely put in. Mr. Kumar, when we look at the manufacturing as a sector, and there is a lot of now digital competences are looked forward. We are talking about Industry 4.0, and probably we'll touch to Industry 5.0. But back down the correction in the industry, Indian industries we look at, how do you relate that with the digital competency and the manufacturing, how they correlate to each other?
Right. So whenever we do training, we focus on multiple things, which are like 50% domain, which is kind of a major thing, and then 30% is towards the theory and soft skills. 20% is the digital literacy. Now, any manufacturing you go, there is always, whether it is CNC or any other machines, always now you need coding, you need to understand basic measurements, basic things. How do you put it into this thing? How do you respond to the customers? Or how do you understand the customer requirements? So it's all nowadays digital, whether you give the feedback, whether you collect the feedback, whether you understand the specifications. Now digitization is everywhere because the data will come from the shop floor to the decision making, whether it is a plant head or something. So digital literacy is actually a kind of a challenge for this technical trainees also. But we need to inculcate that because manufacturing moving into this 4.0, which is digitization or automation, those kind of things. So we are actually putting a lot of preference to the student. They should know soft skills, digital skills, and the domain skills.
Right, and what we also speak about twin manufacturing, which is twin manufacturing, which we speak about digital when we talk about digitally. So twin manufacturing is one of the latest thing which is happening in the very advanced organization.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm not aware of it.
That's perfectly fine. Mr. Verghese, you touched upon the digital skills, and when we call AI, when we talk about AI, it is said that AI has disrupted everything. It has moved. When we speak the basic skills like coding, which is the must, but AI has disrupted it also. There is no more you require the coding, but whereas it speaks about a lot of analytical skills, which is the need of the hour. So keeping that in the mind, what are some of the key components toward these soft skills, which you think the youngsters should have when he's making his career in the vocational education or in any other profession?
So very important question. I totally agree to the fact that apart from the domain knowledge that a student carry, he also should have some professional side of it as well. That is why the platform that I was just referring to, Future Skills Prime, also carries courses in the field of professional skills as well. So yes, there is an opportunity for a learner to understand the technological side of it, where it's addressing 12 emerging technologies. But very importantly, we have also realized the fact that it's not just the domain knowledge that will help you crack an interview, it's also your professional skills as well. You need to be presentable, you need to be serving customers, you need to be marketing, you need to be knowing a lot of other professional side of skills as well. Because of which the platform has multiple set of courses in that domain as well. Having said that, it is also very important for a student to develop his domain skills. Yes, you're learning that while you're doing your academics, your additional courses as well. But on the other side, like Madam clearly mentioned, German model, where you're also going into industries, trying to learn the professional side of it as well. Yes, the domain knowledge would take you to the industry, but to learn from an industry is also very important. That's where things like on-the-job training, internship, the national apprenticeship, policies, this is also incorporated because we want our learners or the student community to also learn from the industries. While you're there, you also look at your mentor as a leader, where he would be correcting certain step of yours. This is what you need to do while you're at industry. And I will also try and take a reference model here. The previous organization that I worked with, ASAP Kerala, it was also a skilling mission. And while a student has finished his formal education in the field of skilling, he's also put into a 30 days of training at a industry as well, whatever be the line of skilling that you've done. So here, there's a mentor that would be, handling the student at this industry, and his daily attendance is marked as 1. 2, by the time he's about to finish his internship at that organization, he's also been awarded with an internship certificate. Now this certificate clearly states what is his learning at industry and what is the scope of improvement for the learner. So this way, when he's coming back for his final assessment, we're also having an understanding of where the student was when he started the course journey, when he started his learning journey, and where the student is right now post his learning of the skill program. And that's how we try and send him to the final assessment. And by the time he's had his learning from the industry, he's also ready for his placement as well. So to answer your question, it's a collaborative effort of the academia, the industry, the skilling missions, the national level policies, and all of it together. It can't go, individually.
One-sided.
Yeah, 100%.
Very right. And I kind of endorse what you have said. The appraisal system, which is brought in right from the training, it helps him to get into that corporate level, and it leverages his accountability at all the stakeholders. That's excellent one. Ma'am, coming to you again to the dual training and the importance, as we already spoke about the importance of the dual training. And if I have to go a little ahead, as we spoke about the migration of the youngsters to Germany, the language becomes a very important component, right? And it is said that up to B1 competency is the minimum what has been required.
B2.
Yeah, you are saying B2. Whereas for the skills, we have said that B1 could be there, but desirable is B2. So how can the office in Germany could help us in getting this language skills? Because not that easy. We have some experience in that. Not easy, but what could you suggest for all the vocational institutions present here, how they can embed the language skills in the vocational education?
Yeah, so I think there's already a lot of efforts that are taking place here. Of course, there's different models. Of course, we have special language institutes, and the one from Germany that you might be familiar with is the Goethe Institute, or in India it's better known as Max Müller-Bhavan. And they, of course, have their own programs and different levels of intensity, how much time you're able to spend. And they also can customize it and do customize it for certain industry requirements or for certain professions, So they work with companies who want to send people to.
So yes, so you say that we can incorporate in our vocational education these skills, looking forward for those. And this could be kind of customized to, not everybody can get into the language program, but could be specific to a particular individual, those acquiring their vocational education in an institution. Mr. Kumar, what would be your message for all the fraternity here, those are into vocational education? Again, recalling your experience in CSR and manufacturing and connecting what we spoke about, NEP, Viksit Bharat, what would be your final recommendations to all our training institutions?
So I will talk about Bosch. See, when we are looking in CSR skilling programs, now we are keen to collaborate with the technical training institutions. So we are open to support and work together in upskilling, providing a curriculum, training, on-the-job training, and then guest lectures, and then some financial support as well. So that we are looking at automotive, we are looking at manufacturing sector. I think as a sector now, I mean, thanks to new government from last 6-7 years, the manufacturing sector has grown rapidly, tremendously, I mean, compared to the last 10 years. So that way, I mean, last decade. So I feel that, all the training institutions, definitely you are already focused into this technical training or manufacturing. I request you to continue because the jobs opportunities are getting better. And then service sector, if I see in the software or all this BPOs kind of things, they are getting down because of AI or any other disruption. I feel this is, we are in the right direction for the next maybe 25 years. We should focus on the technical, we should focus on the manufacturing. And I also feel that many organizations like Bosch, we are looking at a very good models where we want to make this centers of excellence. And I also feel that, apart from these two, we are also started in carpentry, plumbing, electrical, home appliances. It is also not giving a self-employment as well as job opportunities, because it will create a lot of youth nowadays, they want to become entrepreneurs. So this will add value. So we are looking at in this more of a technical side where installation, service, entrepreneurship will be added to the skills. That will be much more effective.
Right, so that shift is also very important from the job seekers to job creators.
Exactly.
I think that's very important. And you spoke about very rightly on the core skills. I think that's important for us to be grounded with the core skills.
Right.
Mr. Varghese, there is a lot of things which is now spoken in our fraternity of vocational education. The youth is moving towards gig economy. Okay, and they're moving, there is a shift which is happening because of the gig economy.
Which is a worry.
This is a worry, you're right. So what would be your kind of recommendation how they can embrace the AI or maybe future skills and maybe to the vocational education?
My honest answer would be the only thing that would remain constant is change, because when I was in my college, there was a huge boom for health professionals in the country, and right after the training, they found it difficult to find a job, right? Few days back, I happened to share an opportunity with one of my friends who is a healthcare professional, and I shared this posting from Norca Roots, which is a which is a government body in the state of Kerala, and they were trying to recruit nurses in the field of. They were trying to get them migrated to Germany, and the only criteria was to make sure that you understand the language and also X years of experience. And if you talk about technology, that's also the same. When I started, it was a Google account, it's a Gmail account. Slowly there was an intervention of social media. They came Facebook. Very soon it was Twitter, LinkedIn, and it keeps changing, right? There's ChatGPT era, Gemini era. So if you observe closely, it's all changed. It's all become dormant at some point in further. So my recommendation or my request to the youth or anybody wanting to look at opportunities is, one, be prepared for the new challenges, upskill yourself, learn new things, but also at the same time be ready to unlearn as well, because this is a changing market and new technologies, new trends would come up. Try and learn and pick up from those technologies as well, but also at the same time be ready for the challenges ahead as well. So that would be my recommendation.
And that could be apt for us also in our vocational education.
Yes,
the same mantras would be applicable
100%
for us also in vocational education.
100%.
Mr. Kumar, your take on this gig economy? And
yeah, see, I was just interacting with one of the aspirational district youth who is unskilled, and he came to Bangalore for a better opportunity, better income. So without any skills, he is earning 2,500 rupees per day. So which is around 60 to 70,000 rupees just to pick up and deliver. Though it is a good thing for the youth, without any skills, they are getting into this thing. But what about the future? My worry is that if the youth is, maybe some investor is funding and they're making into this thing, but the youth are missing the time which is very precious. I feel that's a worry for the government as well as industry, because industry as an industry also, we cannot match to this income. So they are working about 12 hours and then they are not worried about the future. So it's a kind of, maybe it's a disruption, but it may cause huge, kind of a problems for India's youth, which may be not productive. I feel that government should definitely take some action on this thing, and how do we make this youth more productive, which is contributing to India, Viksit Bharat, productive, and then their career, their future.
Right, so there has to be more resilience in this aspect too. Ma'am, during AI, when we talk digitalization, how much of Germany adopts this in the vocational education, the interventions of AI and digitalization?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. I don't see it. I see more what's happening sort of on the academic side. Yes, and there I see we have, I think, over 90 universities or institutions of higher education that are offering now AI-related, degrees in AI-related fields. I think there's more than 160 such programs, and what I like about those programs is, and that's maybe also a difference, I don't know how it is in India, but they're very much focused on applied AI, which I think is the core strength that we have in Germany, is to see how can we make AI work in the different verticals of the economy, be it in engineering, be it in healthcare, be it in pharma, whatever. So you will typically see these kind of courses. So I can see that's happening definitely in the academia space. In the vocational, I'm not sure how far they are advanced in this. Yeah.
Great, thank you, ma'am, and that's very important. May I turn my attention towards the audience? If you have any questions for our panelists, you may ask. So, yes, Father. Can we have a mic for Father, please?
Good morning. Carefully listening to you, moderator. Taking into consideration that the DB Tech, our target group is economically backward, rural, and plus the young people who are in a bad situation or a broken life. So how do we move from this technical innovation to human inclusion of these backward classes into the society? We are trying to mainstream. We have made a sudden leap, I feel, from the technical jump in the development field. So when we are talking about youth and employability, most of you are talking about employability, money, development, but what about their human character building, their mental health to cope up with these demands of the society? How are we going to cope up that they are going to have a coping mechanisms or strategies to build up their personal life? We know what is happening today is to the youth, so many suicide. Are we addressing the human behavioral issues as we are developing also, talking about the technical development? And Bosco's tag word, skillvention, they have come up with a artificial intelligence powered future skilling. It's a key tag for the coming future. At the same time, we, along with the partners, we are wondering how we can make them also good and honest citizens, good human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. And I think we are free, any of the panelists could answer or throw some light on this question.
So it's a difficult question, I feel, because everybody is talking about the skills or deficit, employment, or human character values, the integrity, ethics. I think many of things are missing. I agree with Father. But in our programs, we have this, employability skills. Under this, we have some values like gratitude, values, integrity. Those are the things, mental behaviors, and we also planning to do some counseling by this social work students, so that understand the self behavior and think on a long term. One of the things that I face in our skilling program is when the youth comes without any skills or graduation, those kind of things, they immediately say, I want 30,000 or 40,000 salary. Those are the challenges for me immediately to address. Yes, you can get it, but you have to invest a certain period of time and experience, and then you will get there. So those are the things that we are trying to address. So actually we have not touched upon these points, which is very critical for this youth. Thinking on a long term, thinking on their own professional, own careers, those kind of things. I hope I answered in what we are doing.
Fine, Mr. Verghese.
And to add to certain points of what Sir said, the platform I was speaking about, Future Skills Prime, the content that's available on the platform, majority of the content is for free. Meaning to say, a learner who has a stable internet connection would be able to access these courses for free. There's no payment to consume the courses. So that's one side of the story. Secondly, to get registered on the Talent Connect portal, that's also free. There's no cost involved. Very importantly, the learners who finish consuming the courses, they need not take an assessment. That's not mandated because of the payment issue. There's a payment involved, which is 600 rupees per candidate. But if the person is finding it difficult to pay and then get certification, there's also a participation certificate that we issue just to award the efforts of the student who's been enrolled to the platform. And like I said, Talent Connect would obviously give him opportunities to find job openings in the market. Apart from that, the time we visit campuses, we try and tell them the importance of skilling, but also the importance of professional side of it as well. Again, those courses are also free. So it's a mix of paid and free programs. And coming to the paid programs, right? So there are a couple of programs which has a fee incorporated to it. So the government of India has also declared incentive on certain set of courses that's in the paid category as well. So you are eligible to get a reimbursement on successful completion, right? So once successfully completed, you also have an option to get the payment reimbursed to a maximum of 14,500. So there is a lot of efforts made from the ministry, our team, and also the policy and decision makers trying to make it easier and accessible. But yes, like you said, there's also a challenge in hand.
Yes, and probably the father was trying to probe in is how can we look into the behavioral patterns of an individual and the emotional quotient, because that's becoming a challenge currently now to the intervention of technology in that. So probably that's an opportunity here, or you may be having some kind of program which could test this aspects of an human behavior, because it's becoming very irrational and we never know how a person would react to a certain situation or certain values which are there.
Yeah, so reflecting back on my previous experience, we had this project called ASAP Kerala, which is a state skill development mission. During the time, while the student is in school and college, we introduced something called as foundation module. This foundation module was preparing the student on communication and IT, but also on the other side, we also focused on, so there was a skill development executive who would visit the students on a daily basis, 1 hour of training apart from their routine academics. So what happened is there was a close observation on each and every learner in the classroom. The person assigned to the skill development center would frequently visit the home of every learner, try and make sure what is the financial condition at home. There's also a counseling session that used to happen prior to even he being onboarded into the batch. And there was a frequent reporting structure that used to happen with regards to each and every learner. The whole concept was, one, apart from giving him the skill education or also the communication or the professional side of it, we also wanted to make sure that there's a background study on the student, and we served him accordingly. So every situation, every 30 student in a batch would have a different situation. One would be struggling with the communication, the other would have certain financial issues. There were certain students who would require motivation, support, counseling, and so on. So yes, there are state skill missions that's trying to address this as well, but not on a larger scale. I agree to it, but yes, there is this intervention.
And I can see this is an opportunity that we look at our side. We are very good at the human skills. So probably the collaboration of human skill and the technology could bring some solution to this particular problem. And we can be optimistic of the same. Do you have any other questions from the audience? Yes, Father.
It's always said, if you're talking to a businessman, you be a businessman. And if you're talking to a social worker or an ambassador, you be a social worker and an ambassador. I'm just talking to two eminent people here who are in the skill development. As trainers who are running the institutes, our problems are not known to you. And the problems that you face, we don't know. There is a gap in between. But what I feel is, there are also things that are affecting each other. What you do is affecting us, and what we do also affects you. What is the gap that is there? How can it be bridged? what I feel right now after listening to you is that there is this void that has to be gap that has to be bridged. In order to do that, what I feel is we are not coming together. We are not coming together. Mr. Kumar, I'm just addressing to Mr. Kumar. You are involved in skill development. You are more in line with us. Suppose if I were to ask your HR, what will be his or her view about the company? She will be more interested in meeting the demands. Okay. Whom she or he will be incorporating into the company to meet the demands. For us, if I look at that person, I will certainly disagree, because meeting the demand becomes her problem or his problem. Whereas placing in a right company my own candidates becomes my problem. This difference, how can it be bridged? Supposing if you are appointed as a policy maker, where will you stand?
Thank you for this interesting question. See, if I am an HR person and you are producing students as per the needs of the industry, which is a kind of demand. See, okay, I need to tell what is my requirement. At the end of the day, I'm going to consume this manpower, help them, hire them, and then make it productive, and it's a long-term this thing. But we need to work together. There's no other solution. As you rightly said, we need to collaborate in terms of explaining what is your present capabilities of producing these students or these trainees, and what we can support as an industry in terms of maybe training or upskilling of trainers, providing curriculum which matches to the industry requirements. Though we request, suppose we are from an automotive company, we have certain standards that the training centers need to produce. If we can work together in terms of, if you are both are aligned, I think there will not be a big problem in terms of hiring these trainees and ensuring that we know these challenges might be there. Suppose if you see and address in the next batch, I think it's a doable thing. But when you are looking at some maybe higher position might be difficult to consider, but the entry-level jobs, there is no issue I see. But rather than instead of understanding each other difficulties, challenges, and work together to arrive at some solution, that's a doable solution. Thank you.
I think building the partnerships are very important, and taking a collaborative steps which are very important for us. And someone has to make that first step, maybe industry or maybe the institution, that has to be, it has to come. Then I think the things are possible. Thank you. We will take the last questions because we are running out of time.
One more point I'll add. Yeah. Suppose we are from a CSR division. We go to the industry who are into technical training, building curriculum, building recruiting. What are the kind of needs or challenges are their expertise? We will try to implement it in our training center, because it's like we have to work with other part of our departments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for this invitation. It's really very good to know from Bosch as an organization is coming forward for helping the youngsters for skilling and for their technical education. Father will take the, okay. Maybe we can take that question. He is already there. He is having the mic. We can just take that.
I'm Father Robert Simon. I come from an ITI, which is in Madurai, in Tamil Nadu. It's a tertiary city moving into a secondary city, so you can understand why I'm narrating this. Very rightly, we all spoke about collaboration, which is a must, which is a need, which is a dire need for us. Maybe for you it is extravaganza. For us, it's a dire need. And when we talk about collaboration, here we're almost talking about some sort of partnership, but partnership between unequals. You are on the highest scale and we are in a very underprivileged scale. Rightly so, because this gathering here, it is from Don Bosco related ITIs or other private ITIs which are at the service of young people who are from the rural areas, and those students who are in my institute, some of them for the first time they have traveled 30 kilometers away from their native for the first time. Quite many of the things that we speak about do not comply with them because there are very many factors which deter them from reaching out to these things. Well, my question here is, this collaboration, how can we enhance? From our side, I can say, from our side, we have certain compliances to deal with. For example, we need to comply with the government, the education department, which places certain demands and mandatory rules. And there is the partners, compliance with the partners, whichever industry which comes in. And the major compliance is we need to comply with the aptitude and the attitude of the students, at which we are, day-to-day dealings we have to get into. And over this, when we have these compliances to make, and at the same time we need to grow up, scale up to reach to the level of the industries which come in to collaborate with us, we always fail. We always fail to match the demands of the industries, our partners who come along. And unlike the government ITIs, or government polytechnic industrial institutes, we don't have major partners. For example, Tata today is a major partner with the government institutes. And Tata, lavishly gives things to upscale the industry, upscale the institutes. And I realize from my listening to you and all the collaboration that you're talking about, one major area that we struggle is, and the DB Tech collectively we have been working on, rather trying to hunt, how can we upscale the institutes so that the collaboration becomes, much more graded, and also the output becomes much, sought after. This upscaling becomes necessary not only on the side of the industry, but also in promoting the aptitude of the students. So my question, how can we collaborate in this particular area of upscaling the institutes? Thank you.
Okay. So upscaling or upskilling? So upskilling. Okay. So we are open to talking to DB Tech. I have already hinted to Father Eugene. So we will definitely, in the next financial year, we will definitely take it further, and we will discuss. Whichever ITA has got a 4-wheeler or a 2-wheeler automotive lab, we are keen to work together and see how this upskilling can be implemented. Maybe in terms of all this training of trainers, curriculum, industry joint certifications, those kind of things, and we'll talk about other things. Maybe some kind of equipment, where it is possible, we'll see. Because we also don't have huge budgets to cover entire requirements. I know there is a challenge, but how do we collaborate with such organizations? At the end of the wish is to upskill these trainees. So we will work together. I think we will definitely in the next financial year, sir. It is in my list already. So Madurai is going to be there. Okay, sir. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for to end this discussion on such a positive note that we are ready for the collaboration, and that is what the whole discussion was. So at this particular panel discussion, we spoke about the importance of AI, starting with the smallest AI intervention like ChatGPT, which Mr. Varghese spoke about, and the future skill, the digitalization. We also spoke about the importance of the dual training and how we can integrate into our vocational education. And of course, with the experience of Mr. Kumar, how the CSR, manufacturing, and the other competitiveness, how we can get into vocational education. Thank you once again to dear panelists for being with us this morning, and we appreciate your presence and your discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our respected moderators and panelists for the insightful perspective on the policy and the national skilling landscape, and for engaging interaction with the audiences as well. Thank you. Let us appreciate them with a big round of applause.
As a token of our gratitude, we would like to felicitate our distinguished panelists with mementos.
May I request Father George Matthew to now, excuse me. May I request Father George Matthew to kindly come forward and present the mementos to our esteemed panelists.
We begin by inviting Ms. Annette Bessler, Deputy Consul General of Germany.
Can we have a big round of applause? Next, we invite Mr. Varghese George, Manager Future Skills, NASCOM.
May we now invite Mr. Ratan Kumar, Lead Skills Development CSR Bosch.
And finally, we invite Mr. Ahmad Prabhu, Principal of Don Bosco ITI, Kurla.
These mementos are a small expression of our sincere appreciation for their time, presence, and continued support to the mission of Don Bosco Skill Mission.
Thank you once again to all our panelists for enriching this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for tea and networking. Thank you.
The tea is served downstairs in the open area. We can come back by 11:30. Since we are running a little late, we'll have to squeeze in. Thank you for your cooperation. You can go behind, use the behind stores. This way you can.
init ng araw, damang-dama ko na. Ready na ang outfit, pose lang sa camera. Hindi mapakali, hinihintay kita. Sa beachfront na ito, tayo ay magkikita. Sabi mo on the way, wag nang magpatumpik. X8, mime sa dibdib, parang may magic trick. Oh my gosh, papalapit ka na, heartbeat ko'y bumibilis. Di na mapigilan ba, parang slow motion ng bawat hakbang mo. Baby, this is it, ibibigay ko na ang
Somebody said which hand? Do we question the status quo? Today we are all monotonous, automated in our thinking. Do we question our status quo? I have a gentleman who is questioning the status quo. This is what we teach our children. And the teacher says, please sit down if the child asks a question. And yesterday was my great unlearning day. A 2-year-old girl asked me, who are you? I said, my name is Dean Jalan. No, who are you? Okay. And suddenly she asked, what do you mean by grounded? So, are we really understanding the human being? And I have eminent 4 panelist members who are going to talk about it. At the end, I'll come back and totally dismantle this thought called skill. And I had few questions in the previous session. Please don't expect industry to come to you. You go to industry. All infrastructure you don't need. You can complain saying private ITAs, government ITAs are funded by Tatas. They're all in lock and key. But can the academic institutions go to the industry, do the 60-day training in the industry, customize it? I have several examples, but I also have a challenge. The organizers came and said, we have started late, 45 minutes, this has to be concluded. So whatever we'll try and conclude in 45 minutes, because I have to be fair to all the panelists, 5 minutes each of you. Okay. Then off the line we can come and discuss. I'll only leave a small thought with you. So far in the last 10 years, 35,000 government schools students have been trained, made poachable. After 7 years of training, 5,000 have become general managers, vice presidents and entrepreneurs. Others are on the way. That is the power of native intelligence. Let us not discuss people by school dropouts, tremendous native intelligence. Do you have the ability to deal with that? I am an youngster to you, sir. Thank you. I'll start with that. I have a very good defense. If I'm anything doing wrong, my defense man is going to take care because Army taught us most of the skilling. 5 minutes to you.
I hope I'm audible. Thank you, Deen Dayal sir. It's been a privilege to come over here and speak. So AI. So we are here to talk about AI and how we should be skilling and doing the thing and not doing. So the first thought we were having, and I was having a word with Deen Dayal sir also, and the crux was that, do we look for being artificially intelligent or avoid being naturally stupid? So that's how basic we should sometimes go into. We need not always be, at the top of that, that particular wave which is coming. But we cannot be crushed under that. We need to ride that. And Indian Army is no different. All of you are already aware of the things which have happened over the last 1 year. A lot of thoughts have gone into it. A lot of things have moved after that. And before that as well, which didn't come out in the open. So, how do you skill? It's only one thing. Question, question, and question. It cannot go on by learning a few more codes. That's what most of the kids ask. You learn a few more codes, you are there. We all were running that, under that idea 4 years back. If you don't code, you are dead. We all sold that truth. I also have my daughter appearing for a board. We also kind of almost sold that thing to her. But now everything is questioned. Because we don't have to write the code. The code can be written. But we have to ask the right question. So that prompted, as you people are aware of Ops Sindur and all, there are a lot of things which happened. I have one of my course mates also sitting here in the front seat. So she will, pardon me with that. So she's also seen a lot of it. Until and unless you question the status quo, what Sir was also telling before that, we are not going to be anywhere. So if I draw a parallel between the, pyramid of AI pyramid, or maybe I'm sure quite a few of you must be already been in that automotive industry, so that automotive pyramid. So if you draw a parallel of it, so as they say, the engine engineer is the guy who's writing the codes. And then finally the assembly is somewhere the codes are being generated. And then comes the driver who's driving the car. And that's where the prompt engineers are coming, whether you give a meta prompt or whatever good prompt you are giving. But at the end of the day, you are that. But who's the guy who's driving the maximum thing out of it? Is the person who thought of Uber? Who thought of putting all these cars together and making a business out of it? So it's how we are finally using that AI. So there is nothing different when it comes to army also. I get asked these questions number of times. So today morning after ma'am told me that I have to come, I was told beforehand only that I have to come and speak over here. I was speaking to one person. So he is part of the AI incubation center of the Indian Army. So I thought I will take some idea from him. So what is it required? His answer was also same. Sir, please don't go and ask them, okay, we want so many coders and so many technicians. We want really people who can question the status quo. We want people who can ask, okay, why we need to discover a new pen for going to the space and not a pencil. We need people like that. So let's keep that, inquisitiveness alive. I don't want to get into that technicality of it, whether generative, whether agentic, whether anthropic, or whatever is coming towards us or being thrown at us. So let's question. That's what will be my initial take at it, sir. Thank you.
That's a good difference you are giving me now. So instead of AI, look at IA. What is IA? I'll come to that later. I hand it over to you now. Let us see the HR perspective.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So I would like to share one instance. On last Friday, I think, because I belong to Barbecue Nation in hospitality background. I think most of are aware about Barbecue Nation. So on Friday dinner night, one couple just walk in to our restaurant and they just want to celebrate their anniversary there, right? And one concierge was there, one junior concierge recently joined, trained from one of the institute in hospitality, obviously. And couple they want to celebrate their anniversary in Barbecue Nation. And the restaurant was fully packed up. There was no reservation, no seats available. So the concierge told them, the junior folk, sir, sorry, I'm so sorry, you need to wait for at least 45 to 1 hour. And one of my senior experienced person who is seasoned, he was there, he was just observing the situation. And he quickly went to the couple because they were looking quite disappointed because this was the memorable day for them. And they just want to celebrate it in one of the restaurant. So he quickly went to there. He just asked barman, just prepare one mocktail for them. Initially, he went along with the mocktail and then sir, just give me 10-15 minutes time. I'll try to make your day special. So what I would like to tell here, we are talking about a lot of AI, IQ here right now, but EQ is the most important skill that we should talk about it. Because what is happening, there is a lot of difference in the generation also. And a trained person can tell about what is my SOP. But a seasoned or the professional person who is emotionally balanced, having a good EQ, where he has focused on the professional person, he will handle the situation. He will not leave any guest, with the angry mood or the disappointed. So I would like to talk more about this because every month we hire close to 1,000 people. In Barbecue Nation, we have very aggressive expansion plans, not in India, but also internationally. So I would like to talk about what kind of challenges we are facing that we were discussing, because this is a lot of EQ is required. And for us, IQ, for other industry, maybe EQ is a soft skill, like attitude, behavior. But for us, it is the core skill. and we should more focus on this area, like how to handle peak days, then what kind of how to handle the situation behavioral. So those aspects I would like to talk more, I would like to discuss in the platform. Yeah.
So we had AI, we had IQ, EQ, and somebody who is little senior to me.
Yes.
And who has used GQ. And let us see, he's a CEO, he has used GQ. What is GQ? I'll come a little later. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Deen Dayal sir. So good morning everyone. Hope I'm audible. So I would like to welcome the thought process of Colonel who has seen Operation Sindoor and who has gone through that entire scenario of India at that point of time. Drones. I'm into the drone space. I'm currently heading the Aerofoil Academy, which is into training, and we are even thinking of manufacturing drones. There are so many inquiries that we get, so many different types of inquiries, because as Colonel mentioned, the most important thing is to question the status quo. And when that happens, there was one very unique requirement that recently came into our academy, saying, I get a call saying, sir, I want to use drones in one of my requirement. I have a very big requirement in the industry. Can you help me out? I said, please elaborate. And the biggest thing that he mentioned was, sir, I have a lot of mosquitoes around my farmland. I want to just get rid of them. I want to use drones to shoo away all those mosquitoes. And I have vast areas to do that. I'm like, okay, this is some new space that I want to get into maybe in future. So these are the requirements that are coming in, and these are the types of people who are trying to use the existing technology into very, very, very different aspects. And I really welcome that. I didn't get irritated or we didn't get mad. We thought, okay, this is something that was very unique, he asked. This is not just one person's questions, but there are so many people who have the same kind of query. Where can the drone be used? In the event of modern warfare, everyone knows that drones are a huge part of the warfare that is happening, because I don't want to lose my countrymen. I don't want to lose more personnel. Rather, if it is a collateral damage, yeah, that's also a damage, but that's okay. I want to talk more about the intervention, whether the question comes when, is AI really taking over our jobs? Is it so that we are going to lose our jobs? Definitely, in the space that I'm in, we have witnessed that an increase in people requirement, in the personnel requirement, because we need more operators who are skilled. There was one more incident that came to light just about a month back. You all know that drones always were construed as a part of a wedding photography and a videography tool. How many of you say yes to that? See, I can see so many hands coming up. So there was one gentleman who started, it's a hall not even as big as this. The drones are flying there. I mean, a camera that is there right in here, that is more than capable of achieving the photography or videography tool. But no, he wants a drone because he wants to look rich. He wants to look that, yeah, I have invested on a drone pilot coming here. The drone pilot, yeah, why do I need the DGCA certification? I'm more than happy. I've been flying for more than 5 years, 6 years. I have a lot of skill. So he started flying. He came close to the bride and groom. He was trying to take a video of them, make a circle, make a very creative video. And immediately, because he didn't know what's the situation when the drone's computer doesn't understand certain commands, the drone straight away went and hit the bride. And this point, more than anything else, they will not know what to do. They will not think that, okay, it's a drone mistake. It will come on the operator. It will come on the person who's operating without that skill. So Aerofoil Academy or any other company in this space has to push more towards personnel becoming skilled, more than personnel becoming just a person who has some experience. Experience counts, but unless and until he knows the grassroots level of how to navigate with the artificial intelligence and with the automation that is already in place, without that we will not be able to make a very good viable career out of it, and we are committed to team up with Don Bosco or any such skill missions who want to push more personnel into getting highly qualified and certified training, and that's where we come in between. I want to speak more on this topic, maybe at a later space. I would hand it back to Deendayal sir.
Thank you. When I said GQ, most of us don't use gut quotient. The gut is the most important part, which is far higher than IQ or EQ. The gut tells you to do this. Because of the crowd behavior, we suppress the gut. And if he has become a young CEO, that is because of that. And how do we convert obstacles into an opportunity? I had a very interesting exposure a few minutes ago. I leave it to you now too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. And I would also like to congratulate Don Bosco Institute for completing 20 years. It's no mean task. So kudos for the wonderful work you all are doing. Thank you. You know, there's a saying today, right, that there's a gap between the academia, students, organizations, etc. We all know the gap exists. But the real question is, what are we doing to solve for the gap? I think that is still unanswered. You know, the gap area still exists. Today, it's very important when we say we collaborate, we should work together, and so on and so forth. We need to lay down those points, what exactly is our end goal. For the institute, is placing is the only job? You know, once the candidate or my student is placed, is my job over? Or does the industry think recruiting fills my demand and my job is done? So I think the collaboration between both these thoughts are very important. Are you giving him a job? Are you building his career? I think that's a very distinct landmark in terms of this entire engagement. Now you can obviously think about, you know, someone getting placed, but there's no guarantee that he'll be successful or she'll be successful unless there is skill. There can be a lot of questions asked, but I think a lot of emphasis and the ownership lies on the institute to answer those questions. How many of them get answered, right? So he comes from an RBM background, and I'll just give a small example. While interviewing one of those candidates whom we thought we had to invest a lot, he said, you know, I'm getting into the IT space because I'm good at it. I don't have a degree, and skill disruption is right here, right? He's completed a degree in commerce, but has a good knowledge for IT. And he says, you know, I'm going to apply for the SSB position in the Indian Army. And it's very difficult to, you know, kind of get that. Till then, I want to work here. Now look at the transparency. I'm not sure how many of them would have even qualified this guy for an interview. He would have been out on day one. One of my managers came and he said, you know, let's give him an opportunity to see what he does. He doesn't have an IT industry. He does not have an inclination to work in our organization. And you know, the SSB probably is a far-fetched job for him. We took a decision to hire him, and I think it was one of the best decisions till date, right? Because the discipline that this person carries, he can, you know, maneuver over 3 jobs, do multitasking, collaborate with people, highly skilled and efficient in what he's doing, and he's performing with one of the top competitors who holds a degree from the top B schools like I am. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is, the discussions are far gone with AI taking our jobs, etc. When typewriter came, we were scared. When computers were there, we were scared. You know, Y2K thought we'll take our jobs. So this question is not about taking jobs or a technology coming in, right? Uber, Ola came, we thought taxis are gone. But I don't see any change in our environment. And so you have a lot of more experience and you've seen things moving. I don't see there is a change today. What is important is how we adapt to that change and how can we make AI to work for us and create a buddy out of it. To me, it is the most important thing. If you're in a job today, whether it's in hospitality, manufacturing, retail, and you're not leveraging AI or technology, your job is going to be difficult, all right? In our job, if I have to hire a full stack developer, we all know what that is. For 2 jobs, there are about 50,000 applications. As an employer, how do I ensure that I'm making the right choice? And I can only do that if I evaluate all 50,000 resumes. Now, if a human being has to do it, it will take about 90 days. But an AI can finish that job in 5 days itself and bring in that efficiency. So the crux that I'm trying to make is that we have to adopt AI, we have to adopt technology, and there is no running away from it. While everything else is important, this is the most important task. But how do you treat that AI? You know, can you make him a buddy? or you look at him as a competitor. The moment you look at AI technology as a competitor, I think the downfall starts. You know, it sometimes scares me. If I have to go on a plane, a chartered plane, without a pilot, though it has the best technology, I mean, I'll get jitters, right? I will never board that plane. If you have to complete an operation with robotics without a doctor, you know, I'll get jitters. So, long story short, we as an organization in 24/7.ai, and also the members that we have within our community, we are here to embrace AI. But more than embracing AI, the skill disruption. Today, there is a need to define the skill. There will be 10 people who will get 99.9% in the academics, but what are the 50 different aptitude that differentiates the 99.99% is very interesting. That study is very interesting. That brings in the cognitive ability and the ability to upskill himself. So I think skill still plays a higher part, but AI is the deal breaker to collaborate between the skill and the person. Yeah,
thank you. I think you brought in a very good perspective. I think AI is not going to displace jobs, but not knowing AI is going to displace jobs. That we need to really keep in mind. And the second dimension I thought I must share with you. As a country, when we did not know English 400 years ago, we are the highest exporting country in the world. But I can't talk about my past pride. But look at all countries who don't speak English, look at their export quotient. And look at all countries who speak English, look at their import quotient. And we are an import-dependent economy, service-dependent economy, not a product-focused economy. So that's where the skilling needs to be. Because most of us focus on English, soft skill and all that, that's fine. And you spoke about the resume. If you ask me, any resume comes to me, I put it in the dustbin. Can you see the human behind it? Because today, beauty parlor, I go to Naukri and pay 5,000 rupees, my resume is beauty parlor. Are we looking at the human behind it? I think that's a great example what you give. Now let me go back to the defense. What do you think of this 3-year short-term army entry skilling? People are now taken on a temporary short-term roles.
Contract.
You are talking about the contract ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that terms of engagement depends from task to task. So depending on the kind of work they have, even there are people who come on contract even for maybe for the task that is not dependent on the time. So the time is more dependent on that, whether that work has been fulfilled, the MVP has been acquired or not. So as per that it can go. In addition, you may be asking about that, are you asking about the Agniveers?
Yeah.
Okay, see, at the end of the day, what is the feeder? Army, Navy, Air Force, like we all of us have come, we all have come from the society. So before Agniveer, people came. Now the Agniveers have come. Their term of engagement is different, but is their training different? The answer is no. I'm part of a training establishment, I can swear by it. So when it comes as far as the standard of those people are concerned, there are no changes. Their engagement terms are different, but those kind of engagement terms are always changeable. We always had short service commissioned officers as well. So this thing is coming, that was the need which was felt. So that may as well be beyond my pay grade to comment whether it is correct or incorrect, but it's working, that's for sure. And Agniveers are doing equally well. They are doing exceedingly well. We already had the demonstration during Ops Indoor as well. So I think things are there in safe hands. Yes, also I will give it as a different, I will rather talk to all the people over here who are in the talent acquisition mode, because they are an excellent set of individuals who will be coming out soon. They're an excellent set of individuals whom we generally push them side apart as Gen Z. But these are also the same people with a similar kind of questioning ability, with a new set of discipline. What you generally lack in the workforce, they'll be bringing in them. So don't let that go waste. These are the people we should be looking at to employ. Employ them well. Others have employed it world over. We have been a little behind when it comes to veteran hiring is concerned, but it's gathering traction all over the country at all ranks. Two of the things I want to sell here is, don't hire a veteran or a Agniveer because you want to do a social service or a CSR. Please hire him or her for the values he or she is bringing on the table. Don't hire him or her for the diversity quotient. Hire him or her for the versatility they are bringing in. They can wear many hats. Already Brian had also covered. They are one of the most trainable species on this country. They can be trained. A 50-year-old Fauji is also still undergoing some training at some point of time. I don't know how many of us in the corporate will like to do that. So training is a way of life. So they will be very flexible when it comes to learning. So don't let that thing go. I look at them as an opportunity for themselves as well as for the industry.
No, I wanted to bring that out. Agniveer replaces Don Bosco. Sorry for saying this. Agniveer replaces Don Bosco. On a lighter note, but that discipline, we are talking about attitude, we are talking about many things, blaming on the society. Who is going to do that? And I think Agniveer has created that infra space and the soft space. And how do we leverage them? Not on sympathy. I fully agree.
Exactly. It needs to be on the value they are bringing. Yeah. And that will be, you'll be seeing them. The first batches will be coming soon. You'll be seeing, if you, most of you may be having your lineages back to villages, there will be people coming from there. You'll see the difference they are bringing in.
No, like Singapore had a compulsory police training, which has brought in a high discipline into the whole.
It is there in most countries. Conscription is there working almost everywhere.
Yeah.
So the conscripted people come out. They may be, and also, okay, there is another thing also. So if we plot the graph of how India has been growing, so if we go back to the 90s where we moved down from, sorry for using the term, the Hindu rate of growth and all those things, and we moved on, we grew. That was also the time when India started actually fighting extreme insurgency everywhere. So the tough for all these armed forces became difficult because that is not the primary job of armed forces. That is the primary job of CAPF and police. But when the nation calls, it has to go. It will go. It will continue going. And at the same time, globalization brought in a lot of more money. So a Fauji having a brother or a sibling back home, that power differentiation increased at his home. And that has gone beyond a limit right now. And that is a phenomenon observed worldwide. You take on any country, any developed nation, US, most European countries, they face a lot of points, lot of problems when it comes to conscription. Most of the Gen Z will agree with me. When BTS band guys were sent for conscription, there was a lot of uproar. How the hell they can be sent for doing army duty and such like things. But that is, again, as I told earlier, that's the opportunity. Depends how you took it.
Thank you. And now you can add on to your HR disruption. HR disruption which you wanted to.
Yeah, so what I wanted to discuss, however, one point so suppose if you have 50,000 resume and you cannot check through manual efforts, but now people are making resume also from the chat GPT. So both the things are there. So it is not only how to make a good resume, but also, so that is one point I would like to highlight. But I agree, we need to define some parameters. I think a lot of efforts from government side is going on. I think recently one initiative from the government on AI definition and the further steps has been taken. One event is going on in the Pragati Maidan. Yeah. So what I would like to discuss on EQ side, because a lot of that Gen Z or the new generation is coming into the hospitality right now. But one aspect is missing, like the ownership culture or the behavioral side of the is there. Because particularly from COVID scenario, the whole industry has been changed. I think you will see a lot of people moved out from this industry, and I think if you are also going in the hotels or the restaurants, you will see the way it has been become very monotonous. People earlier used to do a lot of things for the guest satisfaction, delight. So that behavioral aspects is missing one thing. However, what I like the way people are educated, they are taking a lot of things there, but that questions needs to be answered by the industry or the colleges. Sorry.
Great. Now coming to you, and also in the previous session, people are asking school dropouts, attitude and all that. There's an institute called Vivekananda Rural Kendra, where they are converting all the juvenile students into entrepreneurs. And that risk-taking ability is possible only with the youth. Can you take this further on the gut quotient and the risk-taking ability?
So basically, when I see the country moving forward here, there is a lot of initiative from the government. This time of the year, you can observe that government initiatives like there is a Swamitwa scheme that has come out. That scheme primarily describes that youth or skilled youth, whoever were not a part of any kind of training per se, apart from the basic matriculation course that they finish, they were supposed to be trained by some of our institutes, and they were supposed to be put as a workforce to map out the entire country so that the entire villages, there are about 650 villages in the country that we are supposed to be mapped out. And all of those villages, they had to be digitized. Now, when it comes to the digitization of land records, I think that's the biggest gap that was there in the industry, because we can see a massive increase in conversion of, even in Bangalore, even in as whatever I'm seeing, there are a lot of localities that are getting converted from B Kata to A Kata right now. How are they achieving that? There are highways that are getting constructed in record-breaking time. Earlier, whatever surveys used to take about maybe years on end, now it is happening in months. So that shift has come. We need, there is one more scheme called the Drone Didi scheme that has come. That is purely for women representatives who are from the farming community. They were given a drone, they were given the training, and they were asked to spray across their lands. How long does it take to spray? The question is not about how long does it take. The question is, what does a pesticide do to a human being? When he's out there spraying by himself, there are so many instances where he or she have got injured. And there are always infestations on such crops or such lands, where now the entire agricultural field is becoming automated. Now people are aware, even farmers are aware that I can use the drone and I can maybe easily do it without putting much of an effort, because they anyway invest on tractors, they anyway invest on all such equipments. How hard is it to learn this? That awareness is coming up, and that is something that the country is tremendously progressing, and I really welcome such institutions like Don Bosco who want to employ such skills into their students as well. That's exactly the dream that we would like to foresee, that as you rightly pointed out, India has always been the service economy and not a product economy. We right now require very, very viable products, very high quality products, and with that comes a person who rightly he pointed out, who buddies with AI and knows how to stay on top of that wave. More on that, I want to highlight this point that there is no educational qualm that you should just follow. More importantly, the skill, the rightful skill behind that is where the people are lacking, because we are not short on engineers. In India, you throw a stone, there's a saying that you throw a stone and you find an engineer. But is that engineer capable of executing that particular task? Is he skilled enough to handle that particular task is the question that I want to have.
I think I'd add to that. One of the leading automobile industry in North India had an academic filter called, they want 65% in mathematics. And the state's average mathematics percentage was 35%. So we went to that organization and said, what are the mathematics you need in your shop floor? Can we train them? That's where you need to look at, don't look at academic filters. Can you look at what industry needs? Can you customize the skilling and make things better for them? That's where they will come to you. Otherwise, we only put academic filter and that makes all the difference. And maybe you should give that Tuesday example. Sorry? The Tuesday example. Australia, the Tuesday.
Yeah. All right. So
I want to create an excitement.
All I'm trying to say is that when we look at things very differently, it changes our perspective. Before I give that example, I just want to start by saying how our skills are very important. In our framework, you'll see a lot of terms called internship, apprenticeship. We heard about contract hiring. Today, even if our maid comes, he says, show me a demo, right? Whether you can clean the floor or not. So what I'm trying to say is that we all have so much talent in the market, in the pool, that we want to witness this. And that's the point the change happens, right? Whether you're testing a tool, whether you're testing a facility, whether you're testing an institute, I'm sure a lot of people will come and say, show me the talent first. That point has to be the most methodious process to make sure clear expectations are set up. And I think if we do that, a lot of skill gap can take place. I was talking to Sir some time ago that one of my colleagues moved to Australia. He's set up his restaurant in Wollongong from a HR industry having no experience. And when I asked him, what do you do? He's saying, I'm doing very well. I said, what is that you're doing so well? Restaurants closes and opens up every day. He says in Wollongong, Tuesday is a holiday. No one opens a restaurant there. I'm the only one who's keeping that open on Tuesdays. He's saying the 4 days of business that I do helps me pay my entire month's rent and my staff salaries, right? Everything else goes into profit. So I think we should be a little different, and I like the word disruptive, and think beyond our KRAs, whether it is from an institute or an academia. In our space, we do a lot of employee satisfaction, we do a lot of activities, etc., which is traditional. But can we look at something which is not in our KRA? In our space, my team members also here, we've taken a KRA that every person who comes into our office for whatever purpose it is, whether it's interviews, demo, etc., goes out with a superlative experience. And at the end, there's a QR code, and we rate them on how your experience has been in the entire process. What we are doing is we are creating value for that individual, an experience, right? Today, you can check our Google reviews, etc. There's a lot of effort that is taken. Someone comes for a simple process like an interview is not cleared. A detailed feedback is given on why you have not cleared, what can you do additionally, and what is it that you need to impart in yourself. Our endeavor is to make sure if there are, say, 50,000 resumes, it's not, we touch base with every candidate using the tool. Every candidate. Because it is easy to say you're shortlisted, congratulations, but how many companies say, sorry, you didn't make it? You'll never hear. Right? You will never hear from an organization saying you couldn't make the cut, and why didn't you make the cut? If you do this, this can help you. We've never seen that. So I'm saying if you think beyond your horizon, beyond your KRA, beyond the goal your management has given, you're bound to get that 10% of inefficiency that you make into the system. And in our language, we call it Pareto, right? You identify 20% of the problem and your 80% of your job is easily done. So that's the answer to it.
Thanks a lot for bringing this insight into this whole. So this education qualification is a myth. I need to close with a small example. Women above 30, 8th standard fail, are operating state-of-art manufacturing technology in Coimbatore, Kirloskar comments. What has AI done? What has technology done? What has automation done? Is de-skilled. But what are we doing? We are hiring diploma holders, we are hiring high-end people. And if you look at the whole society, it's sad to say this, men are not working, women are working. So how do we optimize some of this? It's something which we need to really look at skilling. My appeal to Don Bosco would be, look at your own neighborhood, look at what we can do differently than sticking to 20 years ago pattern. The whole pattern is undergoing a change. Do you do a socio-economic survey? Are we partners in some of the changes that are happening? And the new technologies that are emerging, how do you bring that into this? Yes, qualification is a must, rubber stamp is must for a matrimonial purpose. All that is must. That certification can be done. Compliance, government has a lot of compliance. All that are excuses in my opinion. If we can think creatively, and I must, I don't know, Father Jerry is here. The way he is running a best institute of social work in Northeast, which no social work institute is doing it, creating social entrepreneurs. So I think that way we need to think differently. If we don't think differently, we'll do one more seminar, we'll do one more. But are we changing the way we are looking at education, the skill? Otherwise, it'll be not skill development, it'll be kill development. I don't know whether I have some more time, because before Father raises a hand, I thought. No, that's why I'm asking Father, because I was told 45 minutes. So, can I take 5 more minutes? Yes or no? Okay, then 2 minutes of your expression.
Yeah, actually I was waiting for you had given 4 abbreviations to all of us, so I was quite inquisitive about knowing that.
II is intuitive intelligence.
Okay.
Intuitive intelligence is far above AI. So when all of your children are using AI for homework, please tell them to do the AI homework, then ask on that homework, what is their intuitive intelligence? What is the differentiation? So all of us have an outstanding intuitive intelligence. Please leverage that intuitive intelligence.
Thank you for calling all of us here, and I'm sure Don Bosco will be taking the right steps ahead to make the kids and all the students, and students of all ages, irrespective of other things, to make them more industry ready. And industry also accepts them the way they are. Ask for the questions, and I hope ATS friendly and how to bypass the ATS will also be a better way be dealt with, because otherwise there are thousands of people may be very good, they may not have paid Naukri that much, and they get sidelined every time. So that's all, and keep asking questions. That's all I want to say again and again. That's the Mool mantra. Otherwise, generative AI and all these things will keep coming up again and again. Thank you.
So I'm pleased to have a part of this discussion. It's been 10 years now, it's been a decade. I'm associated with Don Bosco. I would like to share, there are a lot of trainees whom we hired from Don Bosco. Now they are heading the portfolio of 100 CR. Few of them, I was just discussing, there are four students who now become a leader. They are heading international portfolio. So this is the beauty of Don Bosco. They have created, I think they are doing fantastic work. They created this platform where we can share our thoughts, our feedback, and I'm sure they are doing a lot of good work. It's been 20 years now, and this is the biggest, because we want to become a #1 economy right now. So for nation building or to become #1 in the position, the skill building of the each and every individual, be it farmer, be it homemaker, anybody, we need the skill building on this direction so that they can be self-dependent, they can earn their livelihood. And Don Bosco is already doing a lot of good work in those fields. So, and many congratulations for completing 20 years and many more to come. So that's it from my side.
Sorry if I give an impression. I'm not underestimating Don Bosco. I'm only saying question the status quo. 20 years is a great journey, but from 21st year onwards, the journey has to be different.
So yeah, thank you so much for having all of us here, and I'm sure that even as we speak, I can see a lot of scope and a lot of development ideologies that are coming up. So my team is also sitting here, and whoever are here, there is one from a very big corporate who joined us, that's Kaplan. So the way we met is through networking. So when I say that, we just were maybe a colleague at one point of time in a very small company, and we discussed, yes, we want to do something unique and we want to do something big. And that's all where it started. It is not about qualification. It was never about, of course, they're all very well qualified. There is another person who is sitting here who met just as a part of an interview that we did. At that point, we thought, okay, that person is already qualified, but she added some value to the aviation sector. She gave some insights into that. Did I see the qualification at that time? No, I saw the skill. Same way, I think all of the companies here, they don't want an employee to slog from 9 to 5. They want a person who can even spend 4 hours, but 4 effective hours, and who can solve a problem that a normal employee cannot solve. The person, I would like to even mention the names, Sanjita as General Manager of Aerofoil and
Please
Ashwini
stand
as
up.
Chief Instructor of Aerofoil. I'm extremely delighted to have them on board. They were just as a part of a small organization. They came from big corporates and they trusted this organization enough to leave that organization and come here, and I thank you so much for that.
Great, great.
That's it.
Just picking from what you said, please sit down. I would use this word, MBB is far better than MBA. MBB is far better than MBA. Any questions?
What's MBA?
Marwadi by birth. Risk-taking, I think that is where the skill, we'll have to really look at skill from a risk-taking perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's always a difficult time to be the last person to talk before lunchtime. You know, everyone is looking at the watches. But I just want to conclude by saying, you know, that there's one thing that we all need to look in common is to be curious and not be, too much stressed out about the surroundings around us. When I say be curious, that's a great example you gave. Even I have my nephew, who finished 5 years into top colleges. I don't want to name the company, got into the best organization in Bangalore, an R&D organization, and he said, I'm quitting after 6 months. I said, what happened? He's saying they don't do R&D. They just get vendors to work for them and the product is created, right? So what happens? His 5 years of fees, hostel, the parents are nervous, but look at the mindset of the youth, that they want to work in an organization where they'll actually impart whatever they've learned into practicality. You just don't want to learn and then go to a golden platter. Hence, it's important for us also to break away from the cliche, be aware of the surroundings around us, be aware of the talent, and work in a very short-term manner to see the changing environment. There will be rules, there will be regulations, etc., but we need to think beyond. And as far as we have the distinction of boss, employee, academia, etc., these things are not going to work. It has to be a partnership-led, equal opportunity, and that's when the dialogues become more productive, and then you're in a better phase to implement things and not just create policies. That's very important.
Thanks a lot. I think we will conclude. The last point I would like to say, who is the role model for Mr. Abdul Kalam? Do anyone of you know? There was a porter in Bangalore railway station. He is a role model for Mr. Abdul Kalam. I would request you, he is based in Bangalore. I would request you to invite him to talk. He is an 8th standard failed person, and today he runs a huge industry. He runs technology, and he is also the person, even before Anna Hazare, fought corruption. So, some of us, I have written a lot of articles on Zero to Hero, about 30 of them, who are not qualified, but created a major social impact. So let us not put this qualification myth in our filters. There's nothing called blue collar, nothing called white collar. There are only career collars, aspirational growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Thank you, my dear moderators and the panelists, for your valuable insights for engaging discussion, emerging skills, demand and workplace expectations. Let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. So, but then I hope at the end of this afternoon, you'll be here for a photo session with us.
More than a photo session, if anybody wants to have a heart-to-heart discussion, we are available.
Most definitely, sir. Thank you very much, my dear panelists and moderators. Now we transition to our next session, the CSR partners and partnership perspectives, focusing on sustainable CSR model, impact measurement, and collaboration for skill in the skilling ecosystem.
This session brings together leaders who are strengthening partnerships and enabling meaningful long-term impact through their organizations and initiatives.
To moderate this session, we invite Mr. Soumyadip Ghosh from UVP, engaged in youth development and partnership initiatives. Mr. Soumyadip. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Now we welcome former Squadron leader Shipra Sharma from IBM, bringing leadership in corporate CSR and technology-driven social impact.
Joining us is Mr. Gopal Devanahalli, President, APAC, Vadwani Foundation, contributing to entrepreneurship and workforce development initiatives across the region.
And now we have Ms. Lakshmi Nambiar, Global Strategist CSR at Cognizant, working on strategic social impact and workforce development programs.
Hello everyone, I'm Soumyadip Ghosh, staying in Bangalore for last 3 years, working with school students very intensely, trying to bring a little bit of more industry orientation into them, and running an organization with some visionaries. I work with an organization called UVPEP, and today I am here trying to understand how the CSR and partnership is going to be impacting in future. We understand that in the digital India age, access is very scalable, but the outcome, yet it is not. We understand that content delivery is very easy. We can give a lot of content, but when we are thinking about capacity building for the future, not as a workforce, but also as a generation of employment, on that basis, I really want to have a discussion with all the 3 guests we have today. First question I'll ask ma'am, Nambiar ma'am. She's from Cognizant and worked in multiple different projects. So if I ask you, ma'am, what is that? When we see that online courses, online portals are helping students to upskill themselves. But when we look at the data of this kind of portal, which is free of cost, CSR funded, properly reaching the kids, 10 to 15% is the completion rate of the courses. So how do you think, ma'am, that as an organization, when you are doing such kinds of CSR initiative, what is the future scope you are thinking about? What are the solutions that you are thinking, which other organizations who are present here can also learn from?
So are you focusing on the online courses that?
Yes.
CSR?
The sign-ups you have.
Okay, sign-ups.
Yes.
So Synapse, thank you for asking me that question, but the Synapse initiative that Cognizant has is to upskill around 1 million students or career aspirants by the year 2026-2027. But is that restricted to online learning? No. I've been a part of many programs that have involved in the formats that are not just online learning, but also visiting the field. And I'm a person from the field, so there are a lot of NGO centers across Bangalore where so many programs as a part of the employee volunteering is also an important part of Cognizant along with the foundation that we have. So it is a holistic, approach towards learning. But more than learning, and like you said about the completion rate is only 15 to 20%. That is for online, but does that meet the requirements of the end result that we are expecting? If I say that 1 million, let's come down a little bit and say that 100 people I want to be a part of this career guidance program, or call it employability, call it job readiness. Is the first person who enrolled in this program is equal in knowledge to the 100th person who is finishing it up? That is the question. But can that happen through online? I would say no. If corporates are involved in creating online portals, LMS systems, they have to go beyond that. Sometimes they will have to bring the students from various localities for a corporate visit. I have been working with Don Bosco in organizing so many corporate visits in the Kochi office, Bangalore office, and various other offices in Coimbatore and all that. And why I'm saying this is, unless and until you tell a child or a student that you need to upscale or you need to upgrade your dreaming benchmark, they would not understand what they are capable of. One student I remember asking me, why these buildings are so huge, why they are made of glasses, and what is inside them. So this is something that was seen by that child for the first time. The child is coming from a village called Anchetti near Hosur. So unless and until I bring the child and give a real demo of what a corporate looks like, he or she would not be able to dream big. So should I restrict to the online course? No, it should scale beyond that.
Thank you. In this case, ma'am, I just want to know one more part. The metrics that you are considering for understanding the impact of the CSR partnership you are making in the educational field, what are the metrics that the CSR partners also should keep in mind while they are delivering their outcome to the end consumers or end users, like the students in this case?
The reporting part, I hope.
What are the metrics that you would love to make sure that these are getting implemented properly?
Coming to the metrics, I would say, like I said in the first answer, is the first person who is enrolled in your course having the equal knowledge as the 100%. So metrics is, after completion is there, the completion part is there. What is the graph between the starting and the beginning in terms of their personality, in terms of their knowledge, in terms of the motivation. But when we talk about a program when it comes to skilling or education, it is also important who are the beneficiaries, where are they coming from? Are they coming from a city? Are they coming from a place that is like far away from Bangalore? Are they coming from somewhere in North Karnataka, right? So there the motivations are different. Motivations is something that whenever we plan a metrics, that metrics should depend on the geography, the psychology of the students, and their conditioning from where they are coming from. So at times I might have to, maybe in one group, we might have to work on a group of students where we may have to start convincing the parents. So can I have my metrics there working? The motivation part, is the student motivated? And various, I think in the previous session, Dean sir said, the educational is just ornamental thing as of now, we have become right now. But beyond the education, it's easy to get qualification, but what the skill set are they bringing? Maybe a database that have the initial skill set, the current skill set, aspired skill set, because everybody, even after finishing the course, the student may think that, this is not what I want to do. So as a database, database of aspirations, database of what the capability is, and database of what you can offer as a corporate social responsibility partner. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So we got a lot of understanding on the metrics, how our students focused, particularly in the age of AI, how student-focused curriculum can be built in both online and offline mode to understand the progression of the student as well. I'll come to Mr. Gopal as well. And Vadhani Foundation has done so much, like their implementation in the education and the employability generation in the people. So I'll just love to know about a little bit of story on how these are built, and I'll also ask a little bit of questions in the formation that employability generation courses that you are providing. What is the success rate and how you are measuring that? The progression, wage progression, it's happening, or the retention of those employees are happening, how you are planning to measure that?
Sure. Yeah, good afternoon everyone, and first of all, congratulations to Don Bosco for the 20th year. And Brian from the previous panel was hoping lunch will be happening after that, but we are now between you and lunch. So we'll try and wrap this up quickly. But thank you for inviting us here. We've been working with Don Bosco for the last few years now, and we're really proud to be working with Don Bosco. We work across 40 centers, 50 centers in India, and we're hoping to work across other centers. And while to your question, I'm from the skilling side, and which I'll talk about more. But quickly, to give you a 1-minute introduction of all our initiatives, what we are focused on from the foundation is jobs and placements. Our mission and everything we measure ourselves is how many jobs are we able to create, how many people have been able to get jobs. So these are the two things. On the job creation side, over the last several years, we've been trying to build the entrepreneurship mindset amongst students, amongst various people trying to become entrepreneurs. So that's something that we've been focusing a lot on. We recently have embarked on a project wherein we're also working with small enterprises or startups who want to scale. So can we do something for them to scale and create more jobs? So that's the other thing that we're working on. The other thing we're doing on the job creation side is on innovation. Vadhani Foundation is committing around $150 million over the next 5 years to create innovation centers in leading universities in India focused on the next big things. Like for example, in IIT Kanpur, we are building around AI. In IIT Chennai, they're looking at quantum, ISC, etc. So across the country, we're creating these hubs where we are focused on funding people who have an idea, who have a patent. How can they take it to a product? So that's called translation research. And typically, money is not there at that time. Money comes in only when they already have a product, and funding comes in at that point in time. So we have funding there. So that's the other thing that we're doing. All this to create jobs. Now coming to my role and my colleagues who are in this room here, we are focused on skilling, and that's what we've been working with Don Bosco for. Two things that we are trying to do. One is we have created a platform which takes into account AI that a lot of the panelists talked about last time. So we have content. The way we describe our platform is as follows. We have content. In our case, what we are currently offering is what we call employability skills. So videos, pedagogy around that. The second layer is what we call AI services. So we want our students to prepare for an interview, develop a resume, practice a pitch. So these are AI agents that we've created. So that's the second layer. And then the third layer is what we're calling human services, where we do master classes, where we are doing career mentoring. So supposing, like she was saying, some of them want to get a, first time they're looking at a building, which is so big. So many of our beneficiaries are saying, what will this first job look like? Can you tell me more about it? And they don't want to hear from people like us. They want to hear from somebody who has just graduated and got a job. So all that comes under the human services layer. So these are the three layers. We call this our Genie AI platform. We offer it to our partners like Don Bosco, who adopt this within their pedagogy on employability skills. So that's our big focus area. The second thing we're doing, to answer your quick question, is we're also saying that some of these students may not want to take up jobs, so can they become micro-entrepreneurs? So that's a new area of focus for us, saying that a student, can they become self-employed? Can they get on to, start up something on Urban Clap? Can they become micro-entrepreneurs? So that's the second area of focus for us that we're piloting this year. So that's a very quick summary of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us a wider understanding about how the foundation is working right now. I'll come to ma'am. With your experience in the CSR world, we talk a lot about that CSR is kind of charity and it's like a small kind of project, pilot project we do. But to you, ma'am, my question will be how to take into for a long-term impact. Any small project, any organization, those who have not started CSR, maybe today we can, those students or other people who want to start their organization inclined with CSR, and how they should find a way to create their pilot project to a long-term impact. I'd love to know from you, ma'am.
Thank you for the question. So, I think in India, CSR, philanthropy, it's very cultural. If you look at any of our festivals, we always have an element of giving something for charity. So, CSR wasn't very new to India, and India was the first country in the world to mandate large companies to spend 2% of their profits on CSR. So I think we embraced the law very, very closely. It was not that only after the law that companies started doing CSR. We have great examples in the country where this is a part of doing business. So only after the law came into picture, it became more of like a license to operate, but I think this was embedded in the business model for many of the large groups we've heard of. And so naturally there's a way of thinking that, you know, when we have, why was the corporate sector, I'm just taking a little step back, that why were we even invited to participate in the social development story of the country? Because the not-for-profit sector wasn't able to scale to the level which the government wanted in terms of the penetration of the schemes. And that is why expertise from the business was expected. So that was really the intent of why CSR grew as an entire stream. And I can say I'm as old as the law, because that's when I started my career within CSR from the military. And I've seen it evolving over the past now. I was used to saying 10 years, I just realized it's 30 now. And so long-term thinking will only happen when you actually work at the grassroots and you realize that if you come with a great program, you come with a lot of investment and thinking you will make wonders in a certain community, it just may not work. And therefore it has to be a partnership. So when you have an intent to do something from the community, I think that's really a starting point. And then you start working with the little outer circle, which is the local administration. Then you look at, you know, what are the not-for-profit organizations there. You learn a lot from them, even if you don't work with them. And then, of course, you know, the government schemes and the corporate. So I think an ecosystem needs to be created. That's something that really helps sustain. And what I have realized when we do our CSR programs is we cannot work in isolation. So I was talking more on the conceptualization stage, but even when you work, and I've had the privilege of traveling to the remotest villages of the country, worked in Naxal-affected regions and geopolitically impacted regions, unless you have the community on your side, first of all, you don't even understand them. You don't make any sense to them. So it is a challenge. I work with a very large corporate now, and our skilling program runs in 160 countries. And it's one program, but it's contextualized in these many countries. And in many, and especially in a country like India, it's like running many, many countries in itself. So culture context, you know, economic context, and just focusing, I think for today, we need to really wear a hat that the technology divide that we are talking about with AI setting in doesn't really become the next economic divide. So I can talk more to what we are doing at IBM to solve this, but I think the genesis of this entire issue would be like we have to look at these data points when we think of long term.
Thank you. Thank you for the insight. I'll openly ask one question to all of the members over here. We are talking about partnership. We are talking about a partnership which is going to make our country, make the CSR initiatives much more sustainable. But in any kind of partnership, we observe or experience a lot of friction from both the end. Maybe from the corporate end, there is a friction, there is a different demand. From the non-profit end also there is a different demand. So how to tackle, or what are the major issues that you find in this kind of friction situation, and what are the things that you prioritize then, so that the upcoming non-profit or upcoming organization can also take a insight from there as well? To all different kind of person from different field, I love to know from you guys.
I could talk to the two examples that we are working on, very, very hands-on. And so I don't know how many of you would know that CBSE has an AI curriculum in grades 11 and 12, and that's made by my team. So I think that is an example of how industry comes into picture. So interestingly, there's an IBM study, there's an IBM Institute of Business Value, and today the skills that we have at workplace, 57% of those will be redundant by 2030. I'll give you a second to take that in. And so my next question is, what are we skilling our people for? So I think that's a lot that we have to think when we talk about skilling, is the future is unpredictable. We are only skilling for today, but are these learners going to work today? They are not, right? And even when you talk of AI, the conversation started about 10 years back. It didn't really pick up, but in the past less than 10 months, you've heard of AI, you've heard of Gen AI, you've heard of AI assistants, Gen AI, physical AI, embedded AI, it goes on, right? So the way the workplace is evolving, is our education system evolving? It cannot. Academia, it is very challenging for academia to keep pace with that. And that's where business has to step in, because there are people already who are working on date. And that skilling becomes a part of the survival, I would say. And how do you take that out to the community? So that's how we work with CBSE to create content. And with AICT, we work on internships. So those partnerships, when NGOs, they see value, I don't see friction. I see a lot of requests for partnerships.
That's a great insight. That's a from Gopal sir, from your end, what's the friction?
Sure. We work only with partners. So of course there will be partners like Don Bosco, whom I don't think we have any friction. I'm kidding, I'm sure there's some friction. But also we have others whom we have challenges with. So I think there are two kinds of partners. We work with government institutions and we work with private institutions. I think the model that we adopt is that whatever we give is completely free, but we want that institution to use our platform and teach the students. So they need to bring in the faculty needs to be trained by us. So in many institutions, one of the weak points we find is that the faculty is not able to teach the employability skills that we're talking about. The employability skills is not just communication, it's about thinking. It's like what we said is required in the AI age. Design thinking, how do we look at problem solving differently? All of those things come into our employability skills program. So we make, and our platform makes it very easy for faculty to teach. It's more, the faculty needs to be a facilitator, not really teach. But still we find challenges because in many government institutions, for example, the faculty is so either overworked or they're too busy doing what they're supposed to be doing that they're, if they're getting forced into this, they lose interest, they don't do it. So that's one of the challenges that we are facing specifically there. I think that's something that we're working on. How do we motivate them? What do we need to do? So that's one, I would say, is the biggest challenge. The second thing, just to build on what Shipra is saying, we also work with the government on several areas. So for example, recently with the Ministry of Education, we've launched something called Career Advisor, which is for school children 10th, 11th, 12th, where they are getting an exposure of what career they can adapt, not based on a psychometric test, but based on passions, based on what they're interested in. So things like that, they'll get a set of career options with videos, what is good about it, what is bad about it. Last panel we had drone person talking. So for example, what is a drone technician all about, what is good about it, what is bad about it. So all these things are there. We launched it, we We just launched it around 4-5 months back. Already around 200,000 students have downloaded the app and done that. So there, again, the challenge is, fine, this is done by us, we've done it working with the ministry, but there has to be a career counselor who has to sit with a kid and actually have that conversation. And the government has a budget for 7,000 career counselors, what they told us, across the states, but right now they've just hired 500 counselors. So how do we get them to do that, right? So we can create all this, but unless it's being used, like she said, on the ground, if it is not being used, then it's a challenge. So those are some of the challenges that we face.
Definitely. That's, see, when we listen to these kind of stories, we sometimes we feel, since I'm a part of this kind of educational functionality, I felt that it was always there. Any solution like this government and private player coming together, the friction that is happening, is there any solution for the motivation of the felicitator as well, like who is the person who is teaching them? How are you planning to motivate them? Is there any solutions that you want to suggest to all the listeners over here?
Yeah, that's a tough question to answer, and we also keep thinking about it. I think first of all, we have to really think what is in it for that facilitator, for example, to do this, right? So we have, for example, in the room today, we have Lily, who heads our faculty program. Lily, right? Yeah, maybe you can raise your hands. So she's the one who teaches her team trains all the faculty. So they do a 3-day program where they train. So there it's about getting them to motivate them why they should be doing this, right? So we're trying to use a carrot approach there. Sometimes we then go to the institution and say, look, your faculty is, because we are able to monitor what's happening in the class through our platform. So we also try to use a stick saying, look, this facilitator is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So we're trying different things. But ultimately, I feel unless the motivation comes from the facilitator that, look, if I do a good job, this kid is going to benefit, it's going to be really tough. So I think all institutions, somehow we need to together work on it. I don't think there's any easy solution.
I can add on to that. So I was, you talked about the friction between two partners, CSR and NGO. It's real when two people are working, two entities with different experience, different values, different motives, but the objective is same, helping the people in need. So here, let's come back to the basics, from the signing of the agreement. So the important thing is that which NGO face, I was thinking about the risks that NGO faces in a long-term partnership. So here we can think about the reporting pattern, which is usually a headache for NGOs, but it is very important. So when the reporting pattern happens, it is a compliance for the corporate, but on an NGO, you have to do it because you're getting the funding from the corporates and the reporting pattern has to happen. So how do we sort this out, avoid the risk? Maybe having a strong reporting mechanism, how that can happen when partners are in align. So NGOs have goal 1, 2, 3, 4. And the CSR corporate might have goal 1, 2, 3, 4. And you should know that the corporate strategies and policies are ever evolving. Will that change in the particular project? Maybe next year, this year, if I am having funding a project, maybe my evolving policies change or affect this particular project. What is the backup plan? What is the plan B? So having a strong mechanism that should be mutually agreeable by the NGO, by the corporate, and that is where we should work on a transparency-based reporting mechanism, because I have seen NGOs which are dependent on one corporate partner for a very long-term project, and something happens, and over a period of time, organizations are ever evolving, changes happen, and a funding is stopped, and the entire project goes down south, and who is get the affected most? The beneficiaries on the ground. So what is your exit plan? So having an exit plan is very, very important, because a long-term commitment, when it breaks, it's like a long-term breakup. It pains a lot. So what is your exit strategy? What is your reporting mechanism that is going to show the progress of what you wanted as an NGO and how you're meeting the goals of the corporate? So here we can, kind of reduce the friction, if not avoid it.
From that perspective, actually, I really want to know from the experiences that you are having. I really want to know how you have tackled And what are the learnings that you had when you faced any underperforming project that is happening? What is that you want people to do? Because a lot of beneficiaries are there, and we have promised them a long-term impact through the journey they are going to have with the organization. How to tackle that scenario from a perspective of a corporate?
All right, and I think Sir spoke about, the trainings part, training to the beneficiary, and that should not be not just be the end beneficiary. Maybe working with the NGOs, maybe empowering the train the trainer programs, which are very, very important. And I have worked with more than 100 NGOs in across 6 different states. So I can say that there is a lot of scope of upskilling within your NGO partners. And being a technology company, Cognizant is running a lot of programs for the professionals who are working in an NGO. Unless and until we have a strong operational capabilities with an NGO that we are working with, strong, people who are upskilled, who are updated, and if we have leverage of technology, we have so many subject matter experts, so many teams that are into machine learning, AI and all, why not leverage them and have more train the trainer programs for the NGO professionals so that they are equipped, they are updated with the ground realities, and they can, upfront tell the corporates, so this is gonna work, this is not gonna work when it comes to the ground reality.
Yeah, from our perspective, I think we have a selection process, so we don't work with all partners. So if we believe that the partner is not willing to commit skin in the game, then we politely tell them that you can use our online platform. You're asking, right? We also have an online platform where the outcomes may not be that great because, like you said, there's dropout rate, learning online, completely online is always challenging. So the core program that we have is where we work with, say, Don Bosco in an integrated fashion. But if some institute says, look, I can't commit, then we say, okay, sure, your students can use our online platform. So that's one approach that we take. I think the other critical thing is, just going back to your first question on outcomes. For us, outcomes is placements. So we had this challenge, right? Last year, a couple of years back, we've been training, and we are hoping that they get placed, and we are depending on the institution for that to happen. And we find that in reality, that's in many cases doesn't happen. So because there is issues in the ground in terms of various information gaps. So this year we are doing an experiment where we are also we are talking to companies directly, and any company out here would love to reach out to you, understand what your demand is for the next 4 quarters. We're putting it on we've created a platform, so we're putting it onto that, and then telling the training institutions that, look, this is the demand which is coming, not just right now, but for the next 4 quarters. You need to skill according to this, and you need to match your students to this demand. So that's a new thing we are trying, and so there again, we want to work with partners who are willing to work with us, focused on placements. So this is the approach that we're trying to take.
That's a great initiative, actually. Understanding this is what we do when we seek for job, right? We try to understand what the job role. We go to AI, ask them what are the things I need to learn. And that's the same thing you are trying to do with the other organization. Thank you very much for providing such opportunity for the future scopes. What about you, ma'am?
In 2021, we identified the problem statement we will work as a company. And our CEO announced that IBM will skill 30 million people by 2030. And why did we choose it? Because we identified that one of the biggest problems businesses are facing today is the talent gap. The academia, the students that pass out of the academic institutions are not job ready. And therefore, there has to be a bridge. And that is the bridge that we provide through our skilling initiatives. We have a platform that has more than 1,000 courses created by IBM, absolutely free of cost for the underserved. It provides courses that are accessible anytime, anywhere, that range from not only AI, Gen AI, you name it, to even how to appear for a job interview. And we want to serve the needs of the learner, so we start around high school. Typically, I've seen grade 8 onward students access it. So there's a segment, if you go on skillsbuild.org, that's the platform that we invest in heavily. And there's a segment for high school students, there's a segment for higher educational institutions. For that segment, we have courses that are slightly higher level. They can also download more than 700 softwares of IBM, free of cost, if they have an institutional ID, and practice on them real time. And then there's a third segment which we call adult learners that is also focused on the ITIs and the vocational education system in the Indian context. Abroad it can be community colleges, etc. So while we do all this, what we also understand is faculty development is such an important component. So there is a segment even for the educators who can undergo these courses. Now we know that just having a platform on a website is not going to scale these 30 million people. The execution is what happens through not-for-profit partners. Within India, recently we announced we will scale 5 million by 2030 in AI, cybersecurity and quantum. Because these are the skills of the future and there is a huge gap, and I'm just back from the India AI Summit. AI is everywhere, right? And but are we ready for it? That is the question, and that is not only a question for the newbie or the person in an ITI or in a college. It's a question for all of us actually. I just told you the stats around the skills. So I think learning has to be a lifelong process, certainly. As we skill our learners, we also have to upskill. So I think one of the most key skills for the 21st century is the ability to learn, unlearn, relearn, right? And so adaptability to the changing scenario, the way things are changing. Teachers are changing so much. I interact with teachers as a part of my job, and they are creating lesson plans using AI. They know children would have used AI for their assignments. How do they assess that? How do they identify plagiarism? One of my own colleagues who's in the CSR domain, I met her day before yesterday at the summit, and was sharing that her daughter in her master's, her thesis got rejected because, and not her, the entire batch, because of plagiarism. So, and it wasn't actually plagiarism for some of them, but the tool the college had selected kept popping up. So, okay, let me ask you a question. What is the fuel of AI? We all talk about AI, but what is the fuel of AI? Data. Where is our data coming from? Do we question that? I think that is also a very, very important skill. We have to tell our learners that when you get an output, what you put in, you will get out, right? But where is the data coming from? That is such a key thing, because that data can be riddled with bias. It can be, inclined towards a certain set of people, the color of the skin, gender, anything. We know of examples where hiring in a company eliminated an entire gender, from hiring. So, a lot of things, I know I'm wavering a little bit from your question, but then coming back to, how does it really all tie together as we try to solve these problems? Does that answer?
Yeah, definitely. So, ma'am, to all of you, my last question, and it came from Major Gupta as well. He mentioned during the conversation that the skill development, employability generation, it should be without thinking of the age we should implement, as sir mentioned. And I work in that zone, in the middle school, high school zone. And I remember there is an internship program we provide. It's called Generation Innovator Internship Program, where we hire students, just like it happens in corporate. We take interview, then they work with us for a few weeks. Work means real work, not like creating a prototype. They are doing media work with us, branding, marketing, all. I remember two of the research interns did in a district, Kolar district, and in school they tried to understand the career counseling part. How much the students know what they want to do, why they want to do. So that part is totally not there. Even if in a private school, English medium school, where parents are hoping for a better aspiration in their life. But it's like 1% to 2% have heard about this word called career counseling. I'm talking about students from 9, 10. And of course, their parents also might have not been able to guide them in such areas. So on that perspective, I really want to understand that what is your future and planning for the school students, because school students are going to change the mindset because they have never seen a life without AI. The previous generation, they have never seen a life without internet, but this generation, the kid who is born today, maybe 5 years back as well, who are using AI like anything. And what about them? What is the future plan for them, and working with the CSR partners to create more impact on that?
Okay, I heard your question, but I will, come a little below to the base. How many of the students are able to use AI? That is one question. Let's talk about the graduates. Let's come down a little bit. How many school students are able to use internet? Then coming back to this talking about city. Now I'll go back to the, like I said, I'm a person from the field, so I'll talk about the field. India is diverse. We have cities, we have small towns, we have larger towns, we have villages, and then we have rural villages, and then we have rural remote villages. So when we are designing a curriculum, and our achievement benchmark is that every student should be able to learn by using AI. Somewhere there is a lot of gap. If I compare it to a student sitting somewhere, let's say Ladakh, it's too rural. So what is when we do corporate partnership and the NGOs, so at times corporates need to be wise enough to choose the NGOs that are based and are diverse. It is very easy to choose an NGO around Bangalore, or someone who is working in Bangalore or Mysore or a small town. But how many of our corporates are brave enough to go to rural and the remote places where sending a student to the school is a task to convince the parents? I have worked with students, and I have seen, while giving an offer letter, the parent says, I only have one girl, and if I send her to Bangalore or Mangalore, what is the guarantee that she won't get into wrongdoings, and I don't want to lose her. So one offer letter rejected is not a problem, but one career lost is a big question. So at times, when we think about empowering students with AI, we have to come back and look for the motivations of what students have. And maybe AI is a skill, prompting questions is a skill, but a lot has to be worked on the psychology and the motivation of the students, and before that, of the parent.
Thank you for those pointers. Very importantly, ma'am has said that how we are identifying whom we are going to provide the benefit, and according to that the curriculum should be provided. What about you, sir?
Yeah.
What's your point on that?
Just 2 points I want to make for answer your question. One is we are definitely leveraging AI in 2-3 areas. One is to create the content itself. So now we can do it in multiple languages. So our employability skills is not just taught in English, it's taught in different local languages in India, which is a very good thing, right? Because if they don't know English, shouldn't they still learn about problem solving and all of those things? So that's one thing that we've done. So for that, earlier our problem was we had to spend a lot of money to create it in new languages. But now because of AI, the cost of creating that has come down dramatically for us. So we're able to scale. The second thing we have done is that we are using various tools, like I said, like AI tutor, interview coach, etc., which allows people to practice on their own. Now, one of the challenges that Shilpa was also mentioning, Lakshmi was mentioning, was I think the usage is still a challenge among our beneficiaries. We're not talking about the high, good school kids, right? Many of our beneficiaries are still not comfortable using AI tools. So that's something we need to really watch out for. And we're working on that. So that's the second thing I want to bring out. Now, coming to your point on career counseling, I told you that recently we've launched with the Government of India. I don't know how many of you know this, but when we work with them to figure out how many job roles we should put, can you guess how many job roles we put into the career counseling? Anyone?
600, 700, 1800.
So we have 1800 roles. Of course, do you want to guess which is the most popular one that all students choose?
It's engineer.
Still IAS, engineering, government service. So they don't even look at all the other careers yet. But we're hoping that will change, because through this kind of thing we want them to change. But I think just a tool is not good enough. You need career counselors on the ground. I think till we solve that problem, while they will use the app. So the way we have configured it is, they will put that information, they'll get a report, they can share with their parents, they can share with the counselor and get guidance. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, that's how we made it. But I think it's very important for career counselors to be there, to funded by the government, who can help the students. Otherwise it will not be...
If I ask to Gopal sir that Vadani Foundation, if they find some good talent who will roam around different districts and go to all the government schools, and at least in a month once or at least twice in a year they're going there and boosting the career counseling understanding in the kids, is Vadani Foundation is going to support that?
Sure.
Thank you very much. This is because this is lively, I have felt, even if parents are spending so much money just in a hope of sending them to a better school, still they are far away from the career counseling understanding. So last, ma'am, what about you for the school students?
Responses between the lunch and, okay. Two quick things that the government is doing. CBSE has actually, they have a director of skilling when they are creating content, and we work very closely with the Ministry of Education. So that's a lot of work that is happening from a school education level. A lot of government schools are also affiliated with CBSE. At the higher institutional level, AICT has a 60-hour curriculum on internships. And of course, our courses also go as a part of it. We have a partnership with AICT. We are setting up an AI lab inside of AICT headquarters to provide access to tier 3, tier 4 colleges who can remotely access, participate in hackathons and graduate to access the physical lab. At another level, Government of India has opened up for industry to create skills-based courses for the youth. And there is a body called NCVET that goes through the content of these courses. They have a council that ratifies these courses. So companies can apply and get the awarding, assessing, body status. We did get that back in January, and some of our courses are, so you actually, if learners do those courses, it gets added to the academic bank of credits. So I would say a lot of work is happening at the government level. By the time it trickles down, it will take time. But even for ITIs, AI education is important, and with Ministry of Skills Development, we are working to skill the instructors in ITIs, which is such a big problem, along with the DGT, Department General of Training, on skilling the instructors on IT. So I think a lot, these are, drop in the ocean kind of initiators, but I do feel we are in the right direction with wonderful initiatives happening across the board at multiple levels, and I think that's how we'll solve such a complex and large problem.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the whole audience. From these discussions, we have understood few of the things very clearly. As ma'am mentioned, the architecture of the curriculum, how it should be planned, that is something very important to create a large-scale impact, because India is a larger country. We have to be more inclusive to make sure that it is reaching to everyone. From sir's point of view, very, very importantly, we have understood that career counseling and how you can integrate that in the employability generation, how you need to know what the industry is looking for, how you implement that in the students. That is also very important takeaway to think for. And also one of the major thing, those people who wants to create their own non-profit in the future, who wants to work in the district in the far corner of the country with a different kind of people, different language, I think they are most welcome to work with such foundation as well. And from the ma'am's perspective, when we listen about how government is taking initiative to create a large-scale impact with the corporate partners, and also there are some hiccups, there are some friction, that challenging situation we are facing. Because of the motivation, a lot of time we have talked about the motivation of the teacher, or the motivation of the person who is building the skills. That is also something we have to take care of. Thank you very much for your time and the discussion. I hope it had given all the audience over here nice insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We request the panelists to have a seat. Thank you to our moderators and panelists for those valuable insights into the CSR partnership and collaborative approach that strengthens the skilling ecosystem. Let us appreciate them with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We will now felicitate the distinguished speakers and the moderators from the CSR and Partnership Perspective session.
May we request Father Noble to kindly come forward and present the mementos to our esteemed panelist and moderator. Can we have a big round of applause?
We begin by inviting former squadron leader, Ms. Shipra Sharma. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Next, we invite Mr. Gopal Devanahalli. Maybe have a big round of applause.
We now have Ms. Lakshmi Nambia. Let's also invite her with a big round of applause.
And Mr. Swamindeep Ghosh, please join us in applauding him.
So, due to the flow of the program earlier, we could not present the mementos at the time, and we now take this opportunity to felicitate the panelists from the Industry and Employment Dialogue session as well.
We invite Mr. Saptrishi Gupta. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause. Mr. Saptrishi Gupta.
We request the panelists to please be on the stage. Dear panelists. Dear panelists.
We invite Mr. Saptrishi Gupta.
Mr. Balachandran bought this particular scheme for his 5-year-old daughter, where he will be
Not only the show, just a certificate. Next, I invite Mr. Krishna Srivatsa. Let's invite him with a big round of applause as well.
And finally, we have Mr. Brian D'Souza. Let us appreciate him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you to all our distinguished speakers for sharing your time, insights, and experience with us.
We will now have a group photograph with all the panelists and the moderators.
May I request all the panelists and moderators from the session to kindly come up to the stage. Dear panelists, we call upon Mr. Soumyadeep Ghosh. We call upon our former squadron leader, Ms. Shipra Sharma. We invite Mr. Gopal Devanapalli. We invite Ms. Lakshmi Nambia. We also invite Mr. Deen Dayal. Mr. Deen Dayal is here. We also invite Colonel Saptarishi Gupta. I call upon Mr. Krishna Srivatsava and Mr. Brian Alfred D'Souza.
Can we call Father George Matthew and Father Davis
To be on the stage
to come
with
on the
us.
stage?
We have a small signage board with us, so we respectfully invite all the panelists and moderators to kindly share your signature along with a short message for our youth and students by signing our Skillvention signage banner. Panelists, please, we request you to sign the signage banner with a short message for the youth and students.
Since we are running out of time, we'll also have to start our afternoon session. I request everybody to go and have your lunch and come back by 2:15. Apologies for the squeezing in time. Short lunch break. Let's have lunch and come back for the next session. Because they also have flights to catch. They'll have to go back home. Thank you so much.
Init ng araw, damang-dama ko na. Ready na ang outfit, post lang sa camera. Hindi mapakali, hinihintay kita. Sa beachfront na ito, tayo ay magkikita. Sabi mo on the way, wag nang magpatumpik. X8, man sa dibdib, parang may magic trick. Oh my gosh, papalapit ka na, heartbeat ko'y bumibilis. Di na mapigilan ba, parang slow motion ng bawat hakbang mo. Baby, this is it, ibibigay ko na ang Init ng araw, damang-dama ko na. Ready na ang outfit, pose lang sa camera. Hindi mapakali, hinihintay kita. Sa beachfront na ito, tayo ay magkikita. Sabi mo on the way, wag nang magpatumpik. X8 man sa dibdib, parang may magic trick. Oh my gosh, papalapit ka na, heartbeat ko'y bumibilis. Di na mapigilan ba, parang slow motion ng bawat hakbang mo. Baby, this is it, ibibigay ko na ang init ng araw, damang-dama ko na. Ready na ang outfit, pose lang sa camera. Hindi mapakali, hinihintay kita. Sa beachfront na ito, tayo ay magkikita. Sabi mo on the way, wag nang magpatumpik. X8, mindset dibdib, parang may magic trick. Oh my gosh, papalapit ka na, heartbeat ko'y bumibilis. Di na mapigilan pa, parang slow motion ng bawat hakbang mo. Baby, this is it, ibibigay ko na ang
Okay, fine. Having listened to the audience here, of course, the panelists and I would try to respond to this and to give a brief intro about me, which I have not done. I am Pius, and I am a Don Bosco product, right from my 8th standard to my PG. Okay? If I am here standing in front of you, if I have had the opportunity to do that, thanks to Don Bosco and the institutions that I have been. And one person who was responsible for my formation is right here, Father Joe Arimpur. He was my director when I did my school, MSW. Thank you, Father. And secondly, when I got into the industry, okay, there were people, mentors and leaders and managers who shaped our career by giving us the opportunities to learn. And one of them is Mr. Deena Dayalan, whom you have heard as a moderator. I started my career in Titan with him as the boss, and the next to him, Mr. Wilson, as my immediate manager. So they are also the people who have been helpful for my formation. And subsequently, I've traveled in the corporate world for about 30 plus odd years. Now I am mostly an house husband, okay, and if time permits, I do some amount of consulting work, okay. All right. Okay, he'll normally, as you say, he's a disruptor, so he wanted to disrupt me also, so. No, it's not a lie, it's a disruption, I know that. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, all right. And to answer some of the questions that you have asked, and probably that is running in your minds which have not been spelled out, I would first request the panelists, Shakshi, to give us an idea about how this work integrated learning program can be enabled by organizations like yours, which can meet the demands of the industry and the people who are providing the skills.
Sure, and please feel free to add in. So I don't think it's new to any of us. The challenges.
Would you please take the mic a little?
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the challenges are across all stakeholders in the ecosystem. There are very fair challenges that the trainees face. There are very fair challenges that the industry faces, that the training partners faces, and also the government faces, right? So where do we start? I think just to throw some numbers at you, it's very obvious that about 50% of the people here are not employable today. The youth of the country is not employable today. And why does that exist? There's a huge gap between the standard of curriculum today versus what is actually being taught in industry, right? So it's a sort of chicken and egg situation. So where do you start? I think the main problem, if you ask me, is somebody mentioned that we're facing challenges getting learners, right? I think that vocational education, the way that it has been branded in India, is that it's completely unaspirational for the youth today. They would rather, this is everything that we have heard when we've gone on field, when we've spoken to the training partners and the youth as well. Most of them are still leaning toward working for government jobs. I think there's a lot of pressure from home. There's a sort of aspiration and the pedigree that comes with working for the government that makes vocational training take a step back. Alternately, I think like someone also mentioned, right, the gig economy has really disrupted the ecosystem today. So if somebody without any skills can become, say, a Zomato delivery driver earning about 25,000 rupees a month, why would they invest, say, 3 years of their life in a skilling program when there's no clear wage premium for it, right? If you go to the industry, so this is where the industry also comes in, where you have to now recognize that there's a time commitment and an investment made from the part of the student to be able to upskill, and you now have to value that either in monetary terms or in other benefits, which currently doesn't happen. So I think there's a huge gap both on the side of the trainees as well as on the side of the industry partners. but I would invite you to please add on to this, or if you have anything.
Yes, Mr. Amit. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, so just to take it forward, Sakshi, so you are very right. But I think there is always a structured process of doing things. So let me take you somewhere, digress you a little bit, and then we'll come to this main core issue. So this has become a favorite point for me to discuss. So our Minimum Wages Act came up in which year? Any idea?
48?
1948.
That's cheating because we discussed it.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to answer, okay. Because that's my area, sorry.
So our Minimum Wages Act came in 1948 when we were not even a republic. And they came up because it was felt that manufacturing needs to grow in India. Howsoever, we just got independence. We are not rich. We know we were looted for longest number of years. So we will start with minimum, but over a period of time, get into fair to living wages. Okay. Fast forward 77 years. The new wage code has come. We are still talking about minimum wages. And please remember, minimum wages are just the survival wages. We cannot skill you today to give them survival jobs. So I think somewhere we need to reorient ourselves on what is the actual outcome we are looking at out of hard work that all of us are putting together. Okay, that is one. And I always felt, again, like I got into skilling purely by accident, as I mentioned. I adopted this ITI. We felt it was good. Again in 2014, when we actually started Fund First in 2013, we got to know that TIS, Tata Institute of Social Science, they started their School of Vocational Education in 2012. And they were looking at a vertical anchor in electronics. And since we came from electronics background, we thought of partnering with them. As an entrepreneur, it was a very safe 6 lakh bet for me. I was running my factory. I was making decent money. And I thought, no one knows Fund First. Partnership with TIS will give us some amount of credibility. Okay, so that was actually the basic reason. But let me tell you, so we became their partners in 2014-15. We are running working integrated programs almost for last 10 years now. In fact, we enrolled 600 students just in the last 2 months. Okay, so in fact, I got a call from their dean yesterday. She was very happy. But having said that, so we got into this partnership with TIS purely by accident. But fast forward 10 years, we are able to break 3 very important myths. One, transition from minimum to living wages. My graduates today are living wages. So they are out of that vicious circle of minimum wages that they normally get stuck to. One very interesting thing, in fact, as I told you, I think 2 of the people who I really admire in this group, one is Amar, because he is my go-to person whenever I have anything in mind to talk, because we are very near. So he is in Kurla, I am in Vikroli, so just like 6 kilometers away. Okay, so one of the very interesting pieces which we saw, I will not name the corporate, but blue collar, Amit, why are you doing this? You are spoiling the whole ecosystem. Blue collar has to remain blue collar. Just because that person is born in a poor background, you cannot have that person live his life as a blue collar. We need to give vertical mobility. And I think our learning path, through this work integrated program, we are very clearly have broken that myth as well. Our students, graduates, are now clearly migrated from blue collar to white collar. So somewhere I think living wages give dignity, and that dignity actually can get us those learners that we are looking for. So unless and until we are really able to break this vicious cycle which we are into, I think we will always be struggling for learners. And the beautiful thing which Sakshi also mentioned and Amar also mentioned is gig economy. Amazing, huh? That has actually, by the way, Sakshi, when we say that, and Dipinder Goyal ji said, not meaning any against him, but please understand, when a person earns 28,000 rupees in Delhi, okay, working 14 hours a day, okay, if you calculate the wages, even by minimum wages act, that is lesser, because the minimum wages act, minimum wages there are 18,000 rupees, okay, and then you have to pay double the amount of OT overtime, you know, as manufacturing people. So his or her legal wages are actually more than that. But I think what youth, in addition to that, is also looking at flexibility, okay, and again, one very important myth actually which I want to highlight to everyone is, when we look at our learners, I think, again we need to change perception about them. I think what we feel is, they are not serious. But gig economy has changed that perception. They work 14 hours a day today. They are delivering things at 4 o'clock. Because of whims and fancies of people like us sitting on our mobile at 12:30 in the night, we need something. They deliver. They deliver at 4 o'clock. So we have to really, really respect our youth, who is ready to deliver, provided they see value. They don't see that they are getting exploited. So I think somewhere, as people who are responsible for the ecosystem, we need to take cognizance of these items and work integrated. And one very important dimension, we always know 70-20-10 law of learning, principle of learning. It always says 70% of the learning happens on field. And that is where, again, I feel work integrated learning paths become so important. And now we have some models to actually decipher that. We have, I think NTTF has done some amazing work in that space. I saw, we were talking about that. So, yeah, so I'll pause here.
So, Mr. Amit's given analogy about the minimum wages, okay? So, I was just reminded about something. There was a software engineer who just, immediately after passing his BE, okay, got into the industry, and that time training program or probation period, whatever it is, he was getting somewhere around 20,000 or so, okay. So we feel, yes, 20,000, decent to start with, okay. Then he told me, Pius, you know, there is a shop, tea shop near my house, and there's a guy who makes parota. Okay, he's a parota master. So that parota master makes 30,000 a month. Okay, so he was asking, is by degree of BE giving 20,000? Instead of that, if I had learned the skill of making parota, probably I would have been richer. Okay, that is the kind of scenario that we are in. Everybody, I mean, lots of people are thinking about the gig economy, software, IT, blah, 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 blah. How many of us are able to think about the other sectors which need people, which are lacking skill? We are talking about talent. Talent has been an issue then, now, and maybe later also. But how is that talent getting ready? Now, let me ask Sakshi, who talked about the talent part of it. Now, the people who are training or in skilling, they feel that people are not coming for this. What do you think could be the reasons, and how do you think this issue could be addressed?
So, you know, I think I want to highlight here that the way that essentially India is structured, right? You have certain demand states and you have certain supply states, right? Now, one of the challenges that we have seen when we speak to a lot of these youth that are being mobilized for programs is that they don't really have a career pathway for themselves. You know, they are treated as just bodies on the field. You just need a number, say you need 100 candidates tomorrow. There's a bus that goes into a village, you fill the bus moves to the factory, and they have no sense of what their life looks like 3 years from now, 5 years from now, how much they can expect to learn, right? So the big gap in the argument of why gig economy might be a better alternative is that, see, you're a gig economy driver today. You will remain a gig economy driver 10 years from now. But what happens when your body stops functioning and you're not able to ride that, you know? So you don't have any alternate skills to be able to earn you money then. And this ties directly back into the career pathway aspect of it, where these youth, when you're mobilizing them, you need to really help them visualize what their life could look like if they had skills. And the way you do that is with very solid mentoring, with very solid counseling. Something that we have seen really works on the field is alumni that exist in their ecosystem, somebody from their village that may have gone to the same institute, coming back 10 years later and telling them that, you know, I did this course. Because of this course, this is where I am today. I have bought this house, this parcel of land. It really paints a picture in their mind that they're not able to visualize otherwise. Right? So I think that's one big thing that of all of the successful work integrated learning pathway programs that I have seen, the organizations really invest a good amount of time in an induction program, which is essentially 1 whole month long, that focuses just on their transition from a student to a worker. And this doesn't have anything to do with technical skills. It has everything to do with soft skills and life skills, because these youth are not used to working in a team. They're not used to critical thinking. They're not used to negotiating salaries, pays, etc. Right? These concepts are very alien to them, and it might be very familiar to you and me. We negotiate our pay with every job that we go to, right? But these concepts don't exist in the mind of the students, and they have to be taught, right? So these induction programs, I think, are a very, very tangible way to get students to be able to build the sort of soft skills that they need rather than the hard skills that they need. Because like Amit and I were discussing, right, we were just talking before the session, he can teach technical skills to someone in half a day. But you can't teach soft skills to someone in half a day. That's really where the meat of the pie lies, right? And I think the second thing before I hand it over to Amit is that we've seen that for these children, migration is a huge, huge issue, a huge point of discomfort for them, right? So for example, they're in a village in South India, and UP is a huge demand state, right? So now they are having to migrate. There's a very lucrative job opportunity for them in UP. You would never think this, but one of the reasons that they are so uncomfortable, which they have voiced also to us, and that's how we know it, is that Sakshi, our food patterns don't match. You know, so I'm going to go there. I'm coming from a rice-eating state. I'm going to go there, work for a corporate. They're going to give me food that just doesn't align with my metabolism, doesn't align with my ecosystem, and then they expect me to work 10 hours on the shop floor. I can't do that, right? So these are the nuances that I think all training partners, all industry partners really need to pay cognizance to, because these are the ones that make or break the work integrated learning pathways. This is in my opinion, but please add.
Very good point which Sakshi made about the all-round development. Skill on a particular trade or a particular language, if it is a computer or whatever it is. But learning and skill is a composite one. Just to take an example in my own case, the school, the Don Bosco institutions where I studied, we have to do our morning jobs, in the sense sweeping the floor or cleaning the toilets, or even it be working on the fields, whatever it is. We were trained in that small age to do all sorts of work. Okay, there is nothing called a menial work or anything. Everything is for your own good. So we were taught. And let me again come back. When we were in school, Father Joe Arimpur on Monday morning, he will stand right in front of the entrance of the building, and he says, have you brought your fieldwork report? Monday morning, 9 o'clock, fieldwork report has to be there. If it is not there, please go back, get your report done and come. 9 o'clock means 9 o'clock. I'm saying, just to give you an example of the kind of discipline and the thing that they all taught us, and which is definitely, when we came into the industry, okay, all of these various developments or we were trained in all sorts of activities, sports, cultural, etc., etc. When I just entered into the industry, Mr. Deen Dayalan made me in charge of something called, we developed employee forums. There were 10 to 11 forums which were there, sports, cultural, etc., etc. And I was supposed to coordinate with all the forums. All that I learned in my school and college helped in a lot way. This is how the integration took place in my case. Okay, the work, what I learned and the work that I did got integrated. Had I not had that exposure, I'm not too sure how much I would have done. Okay, so definitely the learning that happens in the institution, at home and in the institution pays a long way, and that is what Sakshi also very clearly mentioned it. Now coming back to the industry, I would like Mr. Amit to add some thoughts on this. How can the industry, okay, when people come, maybe with skill, as she said, many are from the rural areas as well, they don't have that exposure, okay, how can they get integrated into the system? You have run an organization, now you are running a skill-related organization. How can this integration take place? Could you please throw light?
Yeah, sure. So let me give you a real example that we faced and that we did actually. So we started this course on electronic manufacturing services in partnership with TIS, with couple of mobile electronic manufacturing companies in Noida. And Noida, you know, is the largest hub of electronic manufacturing, 350 units. So please understand, when you look at and I'm focused on electronic manufacturing, that is my forte. I don't understand manufacturing in detail apart from that. So it's more about assembly. Okay, when you look at TVs or mobiles getting manufactured, it is more about assembly that is happening. Okay, it's a repetitive operation. Okay, so the skill acquired during that process is not that great, because you are just improving the time cycle. Okay, you were able to do that operation in 10 seconds, you could improve to 8, and then there becomes a limit beyond which you cannot go. Has the student acquired that skill, some skill at that point in time? Yes, he has acquired that particular skill. But can I call him bachelor's in electronic manufacturing? No. So it's a big issue. Okay, so there are various skills university that have cropped up over last 3-4 years because NEEM has gone. Okay, again a very sad tool to exploit. But how do you ensure? So here the collaboration between the implementation partner and industry becomes very pertinent. Okay, where we have to see that, and I think NTTF has amazing way of doing it. So when you can actually see the learning of the youth on the line. So what happened actually was, when our first batch came out, we told our customer that you will have to pay minimum so much to them. They said, why should we pay so much? What is the change they have done just by earning the graduation? And that is where we realized in 2018, we did so much of injustice to the youth who was there. And then we created a complete SOP where the student cannot work for more than 1.5 months on a particular stage. The stage needs to be changed. The department needs to be changed. So that the skill acquisition that happens so that there are very clear learning objectives out of it. Here it takes a lot of work, Mr. Pius, to be done with the industry. Because industry is not very comfortable. Because for them, changing manpower on the line leads to dip in production. So we need to ensure as a skilling partner, don't worry. We will have a skilled resource so as to see that your production doesn't go down. Okay. So finally, why are we doing what we are doing? We are doing so that whatever we are committing to that youth, ki boss, when you get skill out of my program, you will get XYZ things. We need to stick to that commitment because please understand, industry is very big. That poor youth is the weakest link in this whole chain. And if we are not able to cater to that weakest link, we are doing injustice to this whole ecosystem of skilling. So that is where actually we need to work with the industry closely. Also make them participate in this skill building thing. Skill building is not for, it is towards nation building finally, okay. We talk about demographic dividend. Our demographic dividend will go, everything go for a toss because we are not just delivery boys of India today. Let me tell you, go to any country, the delivery boys are Indians. You go to Canada, delivery boys are all people from Punjab who are coming from poor background migrating. You go to UK, delivery boys are all Indians or some of our adjoining countries, neighbors. Okay, so we cannot, so if Indian youth is going to become delivery boys, all our demographic dividend is going to go for a toss. It is time that we all need to keep that, the interest of that youth at the center, okay. And I also wanted to answer your point, sir, when you said successful, okay. I think successful is, in definition is, if we are able to make that life. And I think Don Bosco has done, I think you all should pat at your back of what you have done, okay, because of the ethos. There are challenges. I talk to Amar sir day in, day out, okay. And there are bound to be. Bombay mein, a guy coming out of ITI or any skill institute like us, getting 15,000 rupees for a RAC technician is very, very tough, okay. But for a delivery boy, making 35,000 rupees is without skills, as Sakshi you said, okay. Very easy, okay. It is 2.5 times delta for that strata of family. Please understand that. So the kind of counseling required for us to get learners is so. Today they will say, a lot of employers talk to me, Blue Star, Voltas, all of the people are my customers. They say, I don't care. If you speak in this way, I am going because I know I have a delivery job. So I think industry, it is time for industry also to take cognizance of these challenges, partner with institutions like us who are on the same footing and take care of this youth. I think that is where we are really going to make this successful and the desired outcome that we want to have.
Yeah, thank you, Amit. I also want to share how, I'll take an example of what we did in Titan. Okay, Titan when it started, we, for the assembly line and for the manufacturing areas, we recruited people, youth from the rural villages. Okay, we picked up various districts of Tamil Nadu. We went and like what many of the big institutions currently do as campus recruitment, we went to the nook and corner or the remotest villages within Tamil Nadu, picked up people and brought them, gave them training, okay, and stipend and all that was there, provided accommodation, etc., all that was done. And these people at one point of time felt that, okay, I gave up my studies. Okay, I was doing my +1 or +2 or I passed 10th. Some had very aspirations of doing higher studies. Then we thought, where is the career opportunity? Normally they thought, I join as an operator and I probably have to retire as an operator in the machine or in the shop floor. No, not necessary. Then we brought in the idea of learn while you earn. that program was brought in, and a lot of people took up various degrees and other degrees, higher studies, to equip themselves to play different roles. So many of them became supervisors, some of them got into other roles like purchase, HR, finance, even data. Give you an example, I'm just giving you an example. One person who joined as an operator in one of the maintenance departments, at one point of time he said, I want to learn something on computers. And we were just trying to see how we can. He was brought in as a data entry operator into the EDP department. Okay, he was brought in as a data entry operator to the EDP, electronic processing, data processing department, which used to be called, which is now called IT department. And he came in there. Subsequently, he enhanced his knowledge and skill. And you won't believe, today he is a chief information officer in one of the top, I think it is the health department in Ireland. The government health department of Ireland's chief information officer is there. So to that extent, the opportunity industry provided, and the individual also capitalized on that opportunity. Okay, so we have multiple examples wherein the integration, the opportunity when given, people will utilize it. And I want to just get back to the core issue that probably many in the audience are facing is, why are we not getting people for these skills program? So can we throw some light as to how they can attract people for their courses?
I can definitely give you some insight that we have received. Again, this is very sort of tangible things, but small things, but that can really, change the course of your program. One thing that really excited the youth when we spoke to them was the state of the infrastructure at any training facility, right? I think one of the ideas that we visited, for example, they were running an automotive repair course, right? And the equipment that they had in their lab was a very broken down Maruti 800, right? Now you can't expect the youth to work on such an outdated automobile, even whether it's repairing it, when on the other end of the spectrum, we're already talking about, say, self-driving vehicles and electric vehicles, right? So the infrastructure here is so important because you're teaching them skills that even when they learn and they graduate are just not replicable to what is required in the market today. So I think one way to attract a lot of these youth, what we've seen is have top class equipment, especially if you're in the manufacturing sector, not very relevant for the services sector, of course. And this is where I think the industry can play a huge role, right? It doesn't always have to be financial or monetary contributions. We've seen a lot of partnerships where OEM manufacturers, etc., have provided and contributed their spare engine. Volvo has given their extra engine that they had to one of our training partners. And that level of nuance and that level actually of updated technology really excites the youth, and they want to come to class, they want to learn, because it's the first time that they're also seeing a Volvo truck engine. They don't know what that looks like, right? Nobody wants to learn on a Maruti 800 engine. So I think very small things like this can really help mobilize the youth. That was, I think, one of the main insights that we got from the students as well.
So I completely agree with you, Shakshi, but I also would like to add, so as an industry, I think what my request will be to first take ownership, okay? Yes, they are my team also. Actually, today there is a culture of subcontracting and deciding what is core, what is non-core, okay? But finally, they are part of your team, okay? So it starts from ownership, but I think, so I was part of AI Summit 2 days back in Delhi, and what I was actually looking at, this delta of salaries which are there, if somehow we can create courses now where for our ITIs, if we can look at diagnostic using AI, preventive maintenance, okay, database leading to manufacturing, okay. So I think that will help also better the profile of this youth, and where industry can also pay them higher wages, okay. So I think we need to use AI in a way where we can enrich the job content leading to higher wages. So those could be, in addition to, I completely agree, infra plays a huge role because that is what they see, okay. In addition, if we can also look at enrichment of this job, okay, and where industry becomes, they need to really partner here, okay, and take ownership. Yes, then I think, and couple of batches of success stories, and you are game. It is just that. So you just need to create those success stories out of alumni, what you mentioned, Mr. Pius. I think that is the way to go.
Yeah, good point. And yeah, please.
Add something here. I think in all of our conversations, right, we've spoken about trainees, we've spoken about the industry, we've spoken about training partners. I think one key stakeholder that we are missing in this conversation is actually the faculty themselves. I think what could really help is, see, if you take any educational institution, the way that they're ranked and the way that they're perceived in the market is the strength of their faculty. You know, how much research do they do? How many papers do they put out? What panels are they speaking at? What seminars are they attending, right? But now if you go to any of the educational institutions in India today, most of the faculty, most of the staff, they're already overburdened with all the work that they have to do, probably the work of 10 other people that are not showing up that they have to do, right? So there's no time for them to upskill themselves, to invest in actual research, invest in development. We don't really have any design studios in India today. We're not a thinking economy. We're more of a doing economy, right? We'll get it done, but no one is innovating, no one is thinking. And I think investing in the training of the faculty themselves is also something that we can really look at as a way to also attract more students, right? If we partner with industries to have, say, industry immersions for faculties, every 6 months you're spending about a week on the shop floor, learning new technologies, etc. It really gets the faculty's mind spinning as well, and I think that automatically trickles down to what they're teaching in a classroom, how they're teaching in a classroom, and therefore how much the student takes away and the quality of the skills that they are learning when they go home. You know, so I think that's also one thing that we can really invest in terms of improving the state of skills in India today.
Great point, great point. Actually, while many of us grapple as to the talent has been an issue, as I said, then, now, and maybe later, okay? And somebody mentioned a point that we are not getting people. Can we also introspect as to why we are not getting people? As to, are our trainings relevant for the current times? Have we upgraded our learning methods? So these are some of the things that the institutions have to start introspecting, okay, and see what can be done. And definitely, for example, I'm telling you, many of you would have seen the ads of Usha. Okay, they have as a part of their CSR or whatever it is, they are reaching out to the remotest of villages where the women are empowered and they are doing a massive work, and many of them are employed productively and engaged. How is that was possible? Probably some women empowerment organization would have come up with an idea, or the organization has had this idea and somebody pitched in and got the thing. Okay, yet another example which I can relate and tell. For example, while we were in Titan, okay, we were using coats and aprons in the organization. Every employee has to use while in the shop floor or in the assembling line. We were supposed to use aprons. These aprons have to be washed on a regular basis, and they have to be sent out. So at one point of time, there were one guy who knows the in and out of our each and every section, when to take, what to take, how to, everything, all was going fine. Okay. But at one point of time, he was the soul. We were depending on only one person. And one fine day, Mr. Deen Dayalan asked me, Pius, can we look at this as a CSR initiative? Why should one person be, why should we put all the load on one person and one person? Nothing wrong, but can we look at it in a broader perspective? Then we scouted around and all that. Then there came up again an NGO by name Myrada, which had a tie-up with a washerman community which is about 20 kilometers away. That community was precisely doing this washing of clothes. So we somehow got, of course, there are a lot of internal processes to be gone through. All that is all internal. I'm saying those people, they formed a society with the help of this NGO, and we were able to get those people to provide this service. We wanted this coats to be washed on a regular basis and distributed to every section of the company. And those people also invested some amount of money in buying a truck or a tempo and getting themselves organized. By doing so, what happened was, from one man, there were 30 to 50 families which were getting benefited because of that one particular change of thinking which happened. NGO came forward to us and we stepped up, and then that's how things happened. Okay, you call it a CSR or whatever. It is a sheer win-win situation for both. So that way, the institutions have to look at ways and means, creative, out-of-the-box thinking, etc., in integrating with the industry. Okay. With this short note, I leave the floor open for any questions, which will be for max 5 minutes. Yes, sir.
With all due respect to last 20 years, we are requesting all technical institutions to go away from mechanical, electrical and all that. With a lot of pride, I can say now Tamil Nadu government has made this manufacturing technology, which we did in NTTF 5 years ago, as part of the policy. Second, you are talking about hostel, food and all that. Now, wherever Tamil Nadu government is setting up industry, huge hostels, 1,200 people, 1,300 people, with wherever the labor is migrating, hostel is being built. And the importance of manufacturing technology, only one last example, I leave it with all of you. Go to Pune, GE. 4 different factories in the same campus. Aviation, windmill, CNC machine shop, component manufacturing. Any operator can work in any of the 4. So, NTTF or not NTTF, we are working with Geetham, we are working with BITS. We are asking all the faculty to come to industry, get trained and ensure and pay more than minimum wages, living wages. And not only living wages, I would also give a St. Gobain example. 30% of the wages go to the parents, 10% goes to mutual funds, savings. Because wages alone are not going to be. How do we build sustainability? So we work on employer is not a guarantee, employability is.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful. Anybody else out for questions? So after lunch session, I think yes.
I mean, I really enjoyed your session, and I was just wondering, we spoke a lot about faculty training, and but what I really was missing here as a physical presence are some students. So would it have been beneficial if we had some students to represent themselves and their thinking here? I mean, I don't know, I feel like it's a beautiful session, but do you think this session would have been, even more enriching had I have a student here?
I definitely think so, but I can tell you from my personal experience, getting a student from rural India to sit on stage in front of an audience and share their life experiences is going to be a little bit challenging. I think they... Sorry? No, it's not about a language thing. I've just seen that they're very hesitant to share challenges, you know. They're not very open with where they're struggling. I think they look at it as a pride issue. I would have loved to have them here. It just took me, say, 8 months of interaction with one student to get them to actually open up and tell me where they were struggling. Like the whole food example that I gave you, right? That's not something that they would have shared with me in the first month. Because it's something so personal, I think they feel like it's a non-issue. So they wouldn't raise it unless you probe, unless you push. I mean, we could try it definitely in the next panel to have some students here. That might be a good idea.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. If somebody was moved out of your system and who is already in it, and if you had invited them, they would also probably give their perspectives. Okay, maybe I'm not too sure if the current students will open up. That's a big question mark, because the faculty who are here, they are going to see, they're going to ask what they're asking, and will I have some repercussions later? All those questions will come in their mind. So they may have that hesitation. I'm not too sure. They may or may not. Okay, but however, now the audience or the topics that were dealt here were more for the audience who are here. Okay, but if the topic were to be something different which includes them, which involves them as well, probably yes, I would look at that. That's my perspective, I would say.
One of the challenge what we face is with the freebies and the paid courses. Yeah, that's the challenge, because government is coming with on the schemes, multiplication, duplication, everything, fees. So here Mr. Amit had come up with one scheme which I would like him to mention about to factorize the 50% of the fees which comes from the foundation, and you made the BWalk, the bachelor's program too. If you're comfortable, you can share that, because I think that would be important for the audience to know that how we can subsidize the fees and make it less burden to the trainee or his parents.
Yeah, good question. Since we are running short of time, we are already exactly 1 hour. If you would like to answer in short term, or if you want to take it offline, I'll leave it to you.
So Amar sir, what has happened, so as I told you that we have been working on this program. We run 6 graduation pathways with them, starting 7th and 8th for girls, specifically in cyber security and AI area. So we reached out to various donors, and we were very lucky. Last year we could get a large grant from a foundation in US who is subsidizing almost 60% of the fees of the student. So if fees of the student was like this fees is about 39,000-40,000 rupees. So 24,000 of that is getting subsidized, and that vehicle is available to us. And I told you that we enrolled 600 students in TIS just in last 1.5 months. So that is available to us till June. So I would be happy if any, we are doing it in 6 cities right now: Assam, Shillong, Lucknow, Noida, Hyderabad and Chennai. So would be open to any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Probably one last concluding remarks you would like to make?
I think I really enjoyed the session. If we had more time, I would have loved to also just touch upon how the kind of structural support that we could get from the government for work integrated learning pathways. There's not much that we can do about it, but it's always good to brainstorm, to talk about it. You never know who's listening, you know. So if we had more time, that would have been a great subject to touch upon.
Yeah, for me, I think we need, all the stakeholders need to come together and create that ecosystem where vocational pathway is not considered as second class. It needs to be considered as parallel class. I think that is where, and a lot of countries have demonstrated it. Germany, Switzerland. We just need to, I don't want to say that because we are very unique as a nation, but I think if we can create parallel class, that would be something that we need to work on. And I think work integrated pathways is one of those solutions which I strongly scout for.
Thank you. And I hope there were at least one or two takeaways for the audience here with regard to the panel discussions that we held. Thanks a lot on behalf of all of us here. Thanks for the opportunity given. Thanks to Don Bosco Tech Society as well.
Start from here.
Thank you once again to our speakers and moderator for their valuable insights, rich experience, and for engaging the audience in such meaningful discussion. Let us appreciate them with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
As a token of our appreciation, we would now like to felicitate our distinguished speakers and moderators with mementos.
May I request the dignitaries to receive the mementos. Now I invite Father Eugene. Is Father Eugene here?
George Majugo.
We request Father Joe Arimpur. Father Joe. We request Father Joe Arimpur to award the mementos and felicitate the members.
We begin by inviting Ms. Sakshi Arora, team lead at STEP Foundation. Let us welcome her with a round of applause.
Next, we invite Mr. Amit Gupta, Founder, Director, and CEO of Fun First Global Skillers Private Limited.
And finally, we invite Mr. Pius Prasad from Talent Tribe International, moderator of this session. Let us appreciate him with a warm round of applause.
We spoke a lot, and I think it's fair on my part to ask Father Joe to say a few words on this particular topic, because he's a star. Okay, subsequently he's going to do. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father.
One point that was going on in my mind was to focus on the medium of the trainer. We say medium is the message. If medium is the message, the trainer that we are producing and the trainer training, that focus I think is not yet come yet, and that will be together with the value-based trainer that he is imparting values to the people, and that's what Don Bosco stands all about. There are other skill training centers in the country, but what would be the difference between a Don Bosco skill training center and a non-Don Bosco skill training center? Maybe that is the focus we may have to discuss tomorrow as we meet together. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Father. We request the panelists, moderators, and your father for the group photographs.
We now move to an important moment in today's program, the MOU signing ceremony, marking new partnerships that will strengthen our shared commitment to skilling and youth development.
Representing Don Bosco Tech Society, we invite Father George Matthew to kindly come forward for the MOU proceedings.
We begin with our Vedi group, Italy, who are joining us online for this partnership.
May we request the technical team to kindly connect the online participants as we proceed with the virtual MOU acknowledgement.
Yes, now I can hear. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Can I go ahead?
Just a moment. Okay, we have a collaboration that we are envisaged with the Ayurvedic group of companies from Italy who are looking for sourcing candidates at various skill sets, mechanical, technical, business management, etc., etc. And they would like to work with Don Bosco Tech Society to source the candidates from our institutions and beyond for these skill sets which they are looking for. The details we will let you know tomorrow in the final prints of the MOU. Father Noble will introduce the group to us.
Good afternoon to all. I met Mr. Avadi last year when we had visited him in the city of Cremona in Italy. And when I met him there, he expressed his need for personnel to work in Ayurvedic firm and over the other industries in Europe. There is a lot of requirement there. So on the basis of that, we have signed an MOU as per his request, and I'll just introduce the details about it. Just Rahul, just. This Ayurvedic group of industries, they are the major European steel manufacturers known for operating one of the largest electric steel mills in Europe and a pioneer in sustainable low-carbon steel making. Italy's largest steel producer and a key supplier of high-tech flat-rolled steel. They have firms not only in Cremona, in other cities in Europe, Italy, and in other cities there also. They have a workforce approximately 6,400 employees. I got this information from the net. I hope Mario and team will agree with me. Now we have a few personnel here. Giovanni Arvedi is a founder and president of this Arvedi group, and he is been, we can say, a very true lover of Don Bosco. He has been a source of support and encouragement to all the Salesians all over the world, especially in India. He has been a great help to the Salesians building up infrastructures, schools, churches, and other things. And he has, in his campus in Italy, in Cremona, they have a university there. In the center of the campus, he has put a statue of Don Bosco as a patron of the campus, whole campus. So true lover of Don Bosco. Father Davis also visited that place, and he can testify to this. And we have Mario Arvedi Caldanazzo. He is the present CEO of this Arvedi group. And we have his son, Leonardo Caldanazzo Arvedi. They are all running the firm. And they have been to India many times, and they know Don Bosco so well. They have been a great help in the Kolkata province and also in Delhi province. Now we all got this connection through a priest, a Salesian priest called Skaria Turitil, Father Skaria Turitil, belonging to Delhi province. He was a professor in our university, in our campus in Rome. He was about 32 years he was there. Then later Arvedi, being a great friend of Skaria, invited him to this campus in Cremona, and he's a campus minister in Cremona. You can still see him in online. So, yeah, next. They are just put the few photos of their industries in Cremona. Yeah, next. Then when I met them, and we had an online meet with Mario and Leonardo, and they expressed their requirements in students who are qualified in ITI, diploma, engineering and management. They have requirements for electricians, mechanical students, electrical and electronics engineering, automobile, welding, and MPA. Okay, so there are these requirements, and now finally we signed an MOU with them, and the date is on 20th of February, and the next slide, and you'll find the MOU signed today. So now now please go to the screen there. Now Mario will speak to us. Just.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the Don Bosco Tech Society, in particular Father Noble and Father Skaria, who always believed in this idea and in this project, which is very important for all of us and for our group. The founder of our company, Mr. Arvedi, his name is Giovanni, and Giovanni is because of Don Bosco. So we are very close with our foundation to all the Don Bosco initiatives, and we always tried to support the education mission of Don Bosco globally, and in particular in India, thanks to Father Skaria, who always guided us in this initiative. Now we believe that we can offer to the Don Bosco students of the Tech Society a good opportunity having an experience, a stage in our company in Italy, where they can implement what they have studied concretely and practically. we have all the best conditions for welcoming them to our company. We will provide them a special initial training on safety and on preliminary steel industry base. And we can also offer accommodation within the university structures that our foundation built here in Cremona. Furthermore, we have a campus where they can improve also their skills, and we have a specific internship program where the students can on one hand learn as a first experience, working experience, learn best technologies in the steel industry from mechanical engineering point of view, and they also put in practice what they have learned. I'm proud to announce also that our family is fully committed to this project, which will be personally followed by the third generation. Leonardo, he's here with me, and who would like to say a few words to all of you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the kind invitation. We're very happy to be part of this project that both me and my father followed closely over the last few months. It is very exciting for me to be part of this project. It is the first project that I'm following personally through their foundation, so it's particularly thrilling for this to actually start properly, feel real. I went to India the first time together with Father Scaria when I was 8 years old. Also, I'm saying this to show how deep the commitment to your beautiful country is from my family's side, and it has always been part of all the beautiful initiatives that the foundation has brought along throughout all these years of work. So I'm very happy to be part of this project. I will assure that all the students that come to Italy will have all the right accommodation and everything perfectly suitable for their needs. And I would like to thank everyone for the beautiful work that they've done, and we can't wait to welcome all the students and new graduates to Cremona very soon.
Thank you, Mario and Leonardo. Scaria would like to say something.
Oh, I have nothing particular to say, but I'm very happy with what is happening. And my request and my prayer is that we think positively and realize our dreams as best as possible, especially giving the possibility for our young students to come across and do the basic training and get employment, and they will be looked after very well by the Arvedi family, by Mario, Dr. Mario and Mario Cardenazo. Poi Leonardo, his son, who will be directly in charge of the youngsters who come, and I am also here if any needed help. Therefore, we proceed thinking positively, and may the good Lord bless our initiative, and with the blessing of Don Bosco, we go ahead.
Thank you, Father Scaria. Over to Father George Matthew. So we thank you, Mario and Leonardo, for taking your precious time and to be present with us and giving us, meeting us and giving us a few instructions, and also this project that we are signing with Arvedi Foundations. So we are very happy, and I'm sure we'll keep in touch and then also see how we can proceed ahead with this project that we assigned. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Father Scaria. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Look forward to receiving in Cremona the Don Bosco students. We are very exciting. Hopefully also, maybe someone will decide also to stay with us, and beside the working experience, they will have also a life experience in a different country, and this would be highly appreciated from our side. All the best and prayers in the name of Don Bosco.
Okay,
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We thank our Vedi group for this collaboration and look forward to the partnership ahead.
Next, we invite Mr. Krishna Srivatsa, founder and CEO of Aerofoil Academy, for the formal signing and exchange of the MOU. Everyone, please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Krishna. And finally, we invite Mr. Burgess George, Manager, Future Skills at NASCOM, for the exchange of documents as part of this collaboration. Let's put a big round of applause.
Exactly why you are stuck.
Thank you very much. We thank all our partners for joining hands with Don Bosco Tech Society.
MOUs that we have signed with NASCOM is available for all our institutions to avail all the courses available under NASCOM through Don Bosco Tech for the colleges, for the technical institutions, for the schools under one umbrella MOU for getting into all the courses available free of cost that are there, especially on, which he was explaining also, the future skills and related courses, AI related, etc., which is available to Don Bosco Tech Society. And with Aerofoil, we are looking at training drone pilots certified through DGCA at some point of time. We will be initiating that into the next steps at the earliest possible. They have their academy, which is in Bangalore, which requires physical conditions and minimum acreage of land, free of buildings and trees, etc., to be able to have the practical experience to get the license. So including the licensing part is what we are looking at, and also facilitating placement after the licensing through this company. That is the agreement that we have entered into. So at the moment we are looking at using their academy here in Bangalore, which is based nearby, and the practical which they have in out of the city area. all arrangements for that, including we will be looking at how we can manage the details. We will surely share tomorrow and discuss how we can source the candidates who will be the drone pilots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father. And we also thank all our partners for joining hands with Don Bosco Tech Society and strengthening the opportunities for the youth through these collaborations. We now move into the industry segment where we hear directly from our partners who are actively shaping workforce readiness and skill development on the ground.
Our next special industry presentation comes from MRF, one of India's leading manufacturing companies, known not only for its excellence in the tire industry, but also for its commitment to workforce development and industry engagement.
To share about their initiatives and collaboration with the skilling ecosystem, we invite Mr. Shine, representing MRF, to kindly come forward and address the gathering. We request Mr. Shine to take the stage.
So thanks a lot, DB Tech, for inviting me here. It's like homecoming. Basically, like I'm here because of DB. I did my aspirant 83-87 from Don Bosco Tirupattur, and that's how. Okay, so I'm fully committed to this particular program. So when everybody said you'll find difficult to get people, I said, boss, this is my dream, so let me live it. Okay, so that's how I've taken this particular program, and this is what I'll be taking this through. MRF, all of you know that it is one of the largest tire manufacturers in India and one of the most expensive shares, okay, in India right now. We have 10 manufacturing plants, and I've come here to tell you the 3 stories that I've come across so that this will be really useful for you. It started with the ITA Lilua. Okay, thanks for Bunty. Okay, so I went last year and we explained about this program that we have excellent opportunities for rural youth who can come, okay, have the first experience or first kind of get in a corporate setup so that they start earning and they start as a launching pad to their beautiful career. And 4 boys joined further last year, and 4 boys joined. Work is tough, 2 ran away, okay, and 2 stayed back. The beautiful part is Salations are sponsoring those ITA boys the diploma, and those boys are all not from a very fancy background. They're all rural boys. I think background they're all from tea plucking further. Yeah, so that actually touched us. Okay, let's move on for searching those people. Okay, so my search is on, and in fact I was in Orissa yesterday through Caritas, the umbrella for dioceses, and I went to Orissa near Rayagada, that area, and we have maybe about 120 or 130 people came forward for this program, and one feedback that I got is, please take them to a safer place because the environment there is now changing. Okay, so I think the district, Gajpati district is now getting into other activities. Okay, so even a small bike ride will earn them 10,000 rupees. Okay, so that is the kind of scenario that the feedback we are getting. So we want those young minds to be in safe place and contribute positively. So with that, I thought, when Father Bunty told me, I immediately said, yes, I would like to look at it. Okay, so it's a great opportunity for me to explain why we should look at Don Bosco as or your institutes as the most kind of partners that can change lives of a lot of people. So I'm just going to talk about NAPS. I think all of you will know what is NAPS. It's the National Apprenticeship Program. But what we are going to do differently here is, we don't want people from city. We want people only from rural area. Okay. So two stories that are remaining. Okay. One is from Shillong. Okay. I just shared with few fathers. A pastor by name Crosslin. He adopted a boy when he was 9 years old. He completed his +2 and he was not knowing what he's supposed to do. So father was somehow, when I went to Shillong through a MD doctor, she gave him this lead, and pastor contacted me saying that I have a boy, can you ask him to be part of this? He came all the way from Shillong to a factory near Arkonam, which is in Tamil Nadu, and pastor gave a beautiful letter stating that, okay, his prayers were answered. Okay. So hope many such prayers, okay, get answered through our program. The other program is like other stories that we had a few cookie boys from Manipur. Okay, they joined. Okay, they all felt it is very tough. Okay, but one of them said, "Sir, you have given me this opportunity. If it was not given, I don't know what I would have become." Okay, the surrounding there would have made me to take guns or powder. Okay, you know what powder I meant. So these are all the things which I felt that it's very, very necessary that I take this to people across. So you look at how a small program like this can change somebody's life, especially the youth's life. So we are taking young boys. Okay, so we are taking 10 pass, +2 pass, ITI pass into the NAPS fold, and some of the exceptional 8th pass also we take. Okay, so I think I'm giving you a clue. Most of your potential customers are coming to us. Okay, so the world around is changing. Not only MRF, a lot of companies are opting for this. So maybe you'll have to think whether your technical course can be in a factory. Okay, so what we do is, we don't ask them to do any great work. They'll be doing the normal entry-level jobs. When I say entry-level, I'll just give you an example. They'll be carrying in the trolley raw material from one destination to the other in the factory. So they may think that, sir, after ITI, why I should do this? Or after 10th, why am I doing this? Okay, the assessment goes like this. We look at whether the person is able to identify what comes first has been taken out first. Okay, first in, first out. So whether he is able to understand such concept, whether he is able to identify the tags, whether he is able to take, okay, what is supposed to be taken. So these are all the skills that he learns. Okay, so these are all getting assessed. So during the environment that he puts in, that we put him in, he learns whether he can be punctual, whether he can carry out a work safely, whether he can contribute in a quality way, and whether he can perform in a productive way. So he gets to a coaching. Okay, so he attunes himself for the greater work. So as the panelist was saying, we are looking at from this where he can be put next. Okay, so he may be asked to get into an operation, okay, machine operator role. So again, we look at whether he is able to operate one particular machine really well. Okay, so from one he multiplies, and who knows, no company would like to lose a gem, and if he's a gem, definitely company is picking him up. Okay, so this is a 3-year program that we are looking at. So first year, we'll just, for lack of time, we'll just rush through. Okay. So 3-year program, they'll have to work in shifts, and the age group that we look at is 18 to 30. We don't want people coming with the PF because it is purely a training program. Okay. So they get the certificate by the Government of India. Okay, so because this program is in collaboration with the government. Okay. So what attracts the youth? After 10th, we find a lot of people, they are doing some job or they are at home idle. Okay. So we are inviting any youth who's actually not medically, if he is fit, without any color blindness, without any major issues. Okay. So we take them and we'll do the training part. They are getting paid a stipend of 17,500. Okay. So MRF offers 15,000 the base stipend, 1,000 rupees as attendance benefit, and Government of India contributes 1,500. And recently, okay, maybe in the year 2020, West Bengal government had come out with a notification, but it got implemented only very, very recently, that they pay additional 2,500 rupees for those boys with the domicile of West Bengal working elsewhere. Also, Northeast, the 7 states, they have a collaboration. Okay, and if somebody moves out of their states and if they work in NABs, government sponsors 1,500 rupees in addition to this. Okay, so this is what the boys get paid, and we take care of the accommodation, and for which there is a subsidy, subsidized cutting is there. Okay, so about 750 to 800, depending on which hostel they stay, amount gets deducted, and one-time food is given. Okay, because the boy from West Bengal likes to have a Bengali food. Okay, so we provide only one-time food for which 350 is deducted. Remaining 2 times he manages. Either he cooks or he buys from the shops or wherever he feels he buys. And we also give transport for the boys to come from the place of work to the hostel where they stay. So now why I have come here with this? Okay, this is an apps program which can be, any organization is organizing this. Okay, we are looking at specifically rural youth. Okay, so where they don't have any opportunity. So since you are all working with youth in different capacities, okay, you have ITIs, you have your diploma, okay, you have oratories where you come across with boys who while away their time. Okay, it's our responsibility to ensure that they are groomed well and put in a positive place so that they get their career launched in the right way. People may ask, sir, only 3 years, what will happen after that? Okay, so we always tell them, boss, you have to do your first standard to complete your 10th standard. When you go for an interview, first thing anybody asks is, do you have experience or do you have a skill? Okay, so boy blinks. Now, this is where they get that entry. So that's why the first step in a corporate life becomes very, very important, that they gain a skill so that with that skill, they take the passport of the career. I don't want to waste your too much of time. If I would like you to ask me questions so that we'll try to have a situation where it is win-win situation for both of us. Okay, thank you. If any questions, yes, Brother Tom. Yeah, we have interacted.
This class 10, 12 and ITI, they will be considered in the same category or?
Yes, brother. Right now we are taking them in same category. Why? Because they will all be put in optional trade to start with. And we look at them because, for example, in a factory, okay, where Father Robert's brother is working, okay, we may have 2 or 3 electrician vacancy and we have 50 or 60 electrician trained people already coming and working with us. So we will pick up whoever is best after the initial, the 1 year or induction, then they will be put there. So we don't want to give any false promise. So we tell them everybody will start at the same place and we look at who runs fast, they will be picked up. So we have 2 programs. In fact, I have not presented the other program, which is for diploma holders, arts and science and engineers, where diploma and engineers are treated in the same way. Okay, so maybe going soon, degree may not be the most important thing. Of course it is important, but what solution they provide, that becomes more important. So when they pull the trolley, we look at what solution he is going to give, how many caissons he is going to give. Okay? So whether boys are coming out with beautiful solutions of fixing a wheel, for example. So whereby the productivity increase. So this is the kind of things that we are looking at, brother. But what we find is soon, within maybe a few months, ITI boys run faster, so that they get into the operator's role faster. See, there are a lot of recent changes are happening. So with government support, we are giving only 1 year. Okay. Then they become non-NAPs, which is for 2 years. But of course, with the recent changes in the NAPS structure, this all will change. Okay. But since as of now, it has not changed, we are retaining the same program. So there are 2-year programs also. There are certain designated trades, which are even optional trade. They can go for 2-year program. But we are asking government for only 1 year support. So only for 1 year, they will be the actual NAPS. But 2 years, they will be NAPS scheme under non-NAPS category. So that's why if you look at structure in the 2nd and 3rd year, the attendance benefit is actually merged with the government DBT. Yes, Father. Father, they will get certified. Right now, it is for 3-year program. Now it is 3 years. Okay, but soon it is going to change. So we have a series of courses. So it depends on which course they opt. Okay, so rubber technology, for example, they'll take, yeah, so there they can have the option of 3 years. So if there are no other questions, thanks a lot for your time. And I think I was able to drive home the point. Okay, so I'm not come here to give a big lecture, but hope you'll be able to identify the right students and give us so that they become the torch bearers of what we have got. Okay, so my always wherever I go I say, I've learned, I've earned, now I have to return, so I've come here to return. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shine, for the insightful presentations and for highlighting MRS effort in supporting rural youth, creating employment opportunities and strengthening apprenticeship pathways through NAPS. Let us appreciate him with a round of applause.
Kids, jolly time get ready na?
Ready, Kepa.
And
as we continue to close
Maggie ready?
today's
Family
program,
jolly.
we take this moment to express our gratitude to everyone who made this event meaningful and successful.
We invite Father Victor Johnson, Assistant Director, Don Bosco Skill Mission, to kindly come forward and address the gathering.
We welcome you, Father.
Respected fathers, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed panelists, industry leaders, CSR partners, international delegates, colleagues, alumni, and our dear students, the beating heart of this mission. As we draw the curtains on these two transformative days of dialogue and reflection, it is my profound privilege to propose the word of thanks on behalf of Don Bosco Tech Society.
Together, as we have journeyed from cherished legacy to bold leadership, celebrating 20 glorious years of impact while boldly charting the future of India's skilling ecosystem. From probing policy shifts and industry demands to forging CSR alliances, sparking innovation and pioneering work-integrated learning, your voices have illuminated how skilling must evolve, not just relevant, but revolutionary, igniting dignity, opportunity, and dreams in every young life. Our deepest gratitude to our visionary leaders, Reverend Father Biju Michael, Reverend Father Davis Maniparamban, and Reverend Father George Matthew, whose unwavering commitment lights the path, echoing Don Bosco's dream of empowering youth to soar. A heartfelt salute to our speakers, moderators, and panelists who poured out expertise and hard-won wisdom. Your blueprints on digitalization, artificial intelligence, workforce readiness, and sectoral resilience have not only directed us, but reignited our fire for what is possible. We bow in gratitude to our vast network of partners in collaborators, NASCOM, Accenture, the Leela Palace, ITC Limited, Schneider Electric, IBM, Wadhwani Foundation, Cognizant, Bosch, 24/7 AI, Aerofil Academy, Barbecue Nation, STEP Foundation, FunFirst Global Skillers, Ayurvedic Group, International Rise Research Institute, Talent Tribe International, UVPEP, and countless other industry and CSR champions. Your trust waves the unbreakable fabric of this opportunity ecosystem. Special applause for the trailblazers of our Innovation Expo, Aerofil Academy, Adipectic Creative Labs, Don Bosco Tech Manigandam, Marthandam, UVPEP Education Private Limited, Atimotas, Don Bosco Tech Lalgudi, Mahindra Tech, WakeFit, IRA Stripe Technologies Private Limited, Metabox XR, Shubash, Celco Limited, Mentoria, Breakthrough, Vidyakuran Nursing College, WebShark Web Services, Ransons Aerospace Private Limited, Festo, and Federal Bank. You didn't just showcase ideas, you brought them alive, turning stalls into sparks of inspiration that every participant will carry forward. Now, a moment of profound tribute to those who have worked with the Don Bosco Tech through every milestone. Our network heads, Father Patrick, Father Santanam, and Father Joe Prabhu, for steadfast guidance that keeps our mission true. Our founding core team, Father Joe D'Souza, Father Adolphe, Father Joe Arimbu, Miss Anita Sharma, and Mr. Devi Prasad Mahapatra, whose breath forged our beginnings into enduring strength. Reverend Father Tony, Technical Commission heads, principals, and center in charges nationwide, your foots on the ground, passion, transformed a vision into a movement. This triumph is yours. We celebrate the bold partnerships and MOUs signed here today. Proof that skilling's future rests on united hands and shared resolve. To our organizing team, technical visits, volunteers, and coordinators, your unseen heroism made magic happen. To alumni and students, you are our living legacy, the reason we rise each day. And to our global digital participants, distance dissolve in your virtual embrace. Thank you for being here in spirit and strength. Let us clap for all these persons. Because of them, we have seen this success today. As Don Bosco said, I have promised God that until my last breath, I shall have lived for my poor and people. Let this inspire us forward.
Thank you, Father, for the words of gratitude.
Before we conclude, we request everyone to kindly rise for the Don Bosco Tech anthem.
I request the technical team to kindly play the Don Bosco Tech anthem. We wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you, everyone, for being present with us today.
We can gather downstairs for the evening tea. And at 6:30, the governing body meeting is at the boardroom. 6 o'clock, sorry. Governing body meeting at the boardroom inside the office. 6 o'clock. 6:30, there is Way of the Cross in the chapel. 6:30, those interested to participate in the Way of the Cross, they can come to the chapel.
(7:30) musical evening will start. Those who are around, from 7:30 onwards, dinner outside with some music, live music concert, live music. Tomorrow we begin at 9:30. Tomorrow we begin at 9:30. We will be having all the Salesians who are directly, indirectly involved in skill training. So we sit together and plan the future actions. We pave the way for the next 5-10 years in skilling. It is meant for all the Salesians and staffs who are in skilling. It's not optional, it is for all the Salesians. Tomorrow the program starts at 9:30 for all the Salesians to plan ahead for all the Salesian institutions in skilling area. And tomorrow we will gather with a t-shirt of 20 years. Skill bench and t-shirt we will put on as we gather together in the same place.
Thank you. Today was better, my friend. Year after you conduct number of programs. We are master of it. Please have a camera. कल के फोटोज बहुत उठ रहे थे कल के और आज के तो कल पे एक्चुअली हाउ मच फोटोज are there? I will share something. I have it. हाँ भेज दो